Okay. So it's an honor to open this study day in memory of our dear friend and colleague, Jill Franklin. Jill was a distinctive presence, both personally and as a scholar, always original, unconventional, not satisfied until she pieced together every aspect of whichever subject she tackled. She was one of those people who made one proud to stand alongside her as a fellow medievalist. Of course, she was much more, but she made it all seem so important. So on the screen is a ceramic by Robert Cooper. For more than 40 years, he's been a mudlarker, collecting glass and ceramic fragments on the Thames foreshore. He was one of the first. Starting with historic trash, he combines and reassembles the fragments artfully to make these candlesticks. Now very celebrated in Japan, where he sources the strong glue that holds them together, he's also inspired by and responsive to Japanese culture. This he has called kabuki figure, and it's made from fragments of glass and stoneware, but featuring Japanese imari ware, widely imported here between the 17th and 18th centuries. So his work has a touching reverence for the historic past, for other cultures, resolved into something of use and beauty as a piece of contemporary art. Nevertheless, it still retains the character and the damage of the original. It's unmistakably his. For much as he's imitated, no one can quite catch his quirky humor and eccentricity. It's thus with our relationships with Jill. They now exist in fragments of memory. They're precious, all the more so as Jill has left us. Our desire and impetus is to hang on to them and preserve those moments, which is hard. But just as Robert Cooper assembles his pieces of ceramic into a beautiful whole, so must we find ways to do that for Jill, to remember her friendship, her contributions to scholarship, her talent. And a candlestick is, of course, an appropriate symbol for survival of memories. So today, we're not only lighting our own metaphorical candles for Jill, but our own studies of fragments will coalesce into a coherent tribute to her and to our own relationships with each other. Without her physical presence, we're having to be necessarily reassembled here. So, over to our program. We're starting with Bob Allies. Bob was married to Jill. They were together for over 40 years and met while he was a Rome scholar in the early 1980s. He was co-founder with Graham Morrison of Allies and Morrison, started in 1984, one of our most distinguished architectural practices. He's a writer, teacher, as well as an architect. He's published The Fabric of Place in 2014, exploring how settlements evolve by building on historic identity. He's really one of our most significant contemporary architects. So over to you, Jill. Jill, over to you, Bob.
Thank you very much. I have to deliver that one.
This one?
Yeah. Well, I just... Move along, I just press. Up? Yep. Okay. Great, thank you. Well, before I start, I just want to, first of all, just say thank you to all of you, really, for making this event happen, particularly to John and to Rose, who I know have put a huge amount of effort into realizing it. It means a lot to me, and it means a lot to Patrick, son, who's in right at the back somewhere, that is happening. And also, thank you for asking me to give a paper, which I thought I would definitely try and do, even though I'm sure it'll be something of an outlier, I would say, as of, in relation to everything else that gets talked about. When I first met Jill at the British School at Rome in 1981, the focus of her research was sculpture, Romanesque sculpture. But over the course of the next 40 years, Jill's attention gradually shifted away from sculpture and towards architecture, to the churches, abbeys, and cathedrals of the 11th and 12th centuries. And as most of you know, in the process of looking harder at these buildings, at their plans and at their evolution, she became increasingly interested not only in the specific typology of the aisleless and cruciform church, but also in the extent to which structures that have in the past generally been assumed to be entirely new might contain within them evidence of earlier fabric. But this aspect of her work has been chosen as the theme of today's conference, held in her memory, is something that enormously pleases me, and I know would have delighted her. In the execution of her research, I was no more than an innocent bystander, listening to her ideas, helping on occasions to illustrate them through drawings, and acting as companion or chauffeur for the many exploratory trips that Jill undertook across the country. But what is true is that Jill's interest in the pre-existing is something that I shared and that has similarly shaped my career as an architect. During the year that Jill and I spent in Rome, she as archival fellow, me as Rome scholar in architecture, my main focus was a study of the Palazzo del Te, the villa built in the countryside outside Mantua by Giulio Romano. Except that he didn't build it. He converted and extended a pre-existing building, a stable block. So rather than view Giulio Romano's unorthodox facades as willful impositions, mannerisms, they can be better understood as ingenious solutions to the problem of the fixed location of murals already extant within the building. This ability to take on board constraints, to work with existing conditions, was something that I instinctively admired. Being prepared to sacrifice the ideal in order to accommodate the circumstantial was something that I saw and still see as a strength rather than a weakness. In Rome, Peruzzi's Palazzo Massimo exhibited a similar sensibility, its courtyard plan accommodating the constraints of its irregular plot, its convex facade respecting the curving alignment of the street. It too adjusted itself to the pre-existing, in this case, to the pre-existing urban structure. In this regard, it seemed to me to exemplify how architecture might respond to and engage with its context, and it still does. A second example, a second Roman example, and one which I regularly used to cite in lectures on my return from the BSR, is Michelangelo's reframing of the Campidoglio. The Campidoglio has long been admired as a piece of urban composition, but far more exciting to me in 1981 was the realization that this was not all Michelangelo's invention. Many of the components already existed on the site. What Michelangelo did was to marshal them and represent them. For, as this drawing reveals, a sketch carried out when Michelangelo's project was under construction, the building that forms the centerpiece of the Campidoglio was built around a medieval core. What Michelangelo did was to provide the structure with a contemporary facade, adding a new staircase and fountain at its base. The building to the right, he also adapted and refaced, retaining the form but not the architecture of its colonnaded front. He then added a further symmetrical building in the equivalent position on the other side of the space. Finally, he adjusted the position of Marcus Aurelius, a recent arrival, according the statue a primary role in the geometric organization of the site, at the center of the space and on axis with the grand flight of stairs that leads back towards the city. What Michelangelo created was something that was paradoxically both entirely new and entirely familiar, a quality that again really intrigued me. I felt the same pleasure when learning, courtesy of Richard Krautheimer, of the temporary fabric structures that were the precursor to the colonnades with which Bernini encircled the piazza in front of St. Peter's. Once again, it seemed to me that what I was witnessing was less a piece of architectural invention than of architectural reimagining. Curiously, until I started writing this paper, I thought it was when I was in Rome that I first saw the sketches of the Campidoglio under construction. Looking back now at the book where I first read about it, Edmund Bacon's Design of Cities, I realized that he did include this image. My experience in Rome just seems to have made me more aware of or more alert to this kind of temporal complexity. It's worth remembering too that this was a moment, the late 70s and early 80s, when in architectural circles there was a broader theoretical debate taking place in which aspects of the traditional city, and in particular the typologies of which it was composed, were being re-evaluated. It was, for example, in 1980 that the first Architecture Biennale was held in Venice. Curated by the architect Paolo Portoghesi, its overarching theme was the presence of the past. Certainly for me, after my year in Rome, the notion of the tabula inscripta was a much more engaging starting point for architecture and urbanism than the tabula rasa. This interest in the historic significance of a site and its potential to inform the nature of any new intervention is no doubt what encouraged Graham Morrison and me to submit an entry in the 1984 competition for the design of a new public space at the Mound in Edinburgh. It certainly influenced the form our submission took. These are the two A1 drawings that we submitted, drawn in pencil, planned by me and perspective by Graham. Our somewhat austere images were unusual even then for their restraint. No happy children carrying balloons or musicians entertaining the crowds. What they proposed was the insertion of two additional building elements. The first, a row of Trajan's Market-style kiosks. The second, a little stone temple containing an information center. Both buildings had important roles to play, however, in defining key routes into and across the site, while the ascending sequence of steps that shaped the plan were an attempt to resolve the curious, even unsatisfactory relationship between the two great neoclassical buildings that occupied the site, the National Gallery of Scotland and the somewhat later Royal Scottish Academy, both designed by William Henry Playfair. Winning the competition effectively launched our practice, and we proceeded to build our scheme, if in a slightly revised form. It has now almost all been swept away, a victim of the gallery's subsequent and welcome expansion. The project for the Mound, unusually at the time, was essentially concerned with the reimagining and reworking of an existing public space, one that, somewhat astonishingly, had hitherto been devoted entirely to car parking. Hard to believe now. More typically, our work has involved the reimagining and reworking of existing buildings, adapting them to accommodate a change of use, extending them to provide additional area, replacing their cladding to improve their environmental performance, or sometimes simply trying to make them look nicer. Our first major project was a commission from Terence Conran to convert a spice warehouse in Butler's Wharf, in this case, keeping but cutting into and insulating the in-situ concrete frame of the original building. One of our more recent projects involved the conversion into flats of the library at Westfield College, following the college's merger with Queen Mary and their subsequent move to Mile End. On two occasions, we've been called on to make significant changes to Grade 1 listed buildings. The Queen's House in Greenwich, where we inserted a new staircase, and the Royal Festival Hall, where we changed the relationship between the interior and the exterior of the building, to try and bring the public spaces that surround the hall to life. This is what the South Bank looked like when we began our work. This is what it looks like now. Perhaps the most curious of all our engagements with historic buildings was our remodeling of Highbury Stadium, the old home of Arsenal Football Club. The assumption of the club, following their decision to move to a new stadium, was that notwithstanding the Grade 2 listing of the East Stand, everything would be demolished and a conventional housing scheme constructed in its place. We encouraged a radical rethink in which not only the East Stand, but the West Stand would be retained and both converted into flats, with additional housing built to the north and south. As for the pitch, it was retained and reimagined as a communal garden shared by all the residents. The glass structures that punctuate the landscape allow light and air into a car park inserted underneath. Reusing building structures, extending their life, exploiting their potential, should in theory make good economic sense. In practice, this isn't always the case. Often the difficulty of working with or around existing fabric means spending more money, not less. But what it does save, of course, is material and all the energy expended on extraction, processing, and transportation of that material. This is why today, in a climate emergency, there is an imperative to retain and reuse structures wherever possible. Making new steel, casting new concrete, extruding new aluminium, firing new bricks, all consumes a huge amount of energy and emits significant quantities of carbon. And as typically 50% of the embodied energy in a building is contained within its structure and foundations, keeping them and reusing them makes perfect sense today, as I imagine it also did in the past. But truthfully, at Highbury, it was the poetics rather than the pragmatics of reuse that excited us. The possibility that we might be able to retain the memory of the original stadium and preserve its significance within the urban fabric. I know it's rather a big claim, but like the Stadium of Domitian in Rome, aka the Piazza Navona, or the Piazza dell'Anfiteatro in Lucca, or for those of you who attended the recent conference, and as I discovered when we were there, the bullring of Valladolid is now occupied by housing. At Highbury, the stadium's footprint and thus its history survives, but not, as it were, preserved in aspect. For the retention of the old is also a provocation, a stimulus for the creation of the new. And this is very much the case at King's Cross, where in our master plan, we've been able not just to retain the majority of the site's important historic structures, but integrate them completely into the urban and social fabric that surrounds them. At the southern end of the site, these historic buildings include the two stations, of course, but also the German gym on the right in this photograph, and the Stanley buildings on the left, much more modest structures. In the heart of the site, overlooking the Regent's Canal, are to be found the granary and the transit sheds, now home to Central St. Martin's, flanked by the coal drops and the Handyside canopy. And a little further along the canal are the gas holders, the so-called triplets that were dismantled, relocated, and then reassembled and converted into flats. And next to them, just beyond them, the Singleton, reconceived as a park. If they are to survive and flourish, buildings and cities alike need to change and evolve, to be reinterpreted and reimagined. But this does not have to mean sacrificing the evidence of their often complex and always fascinating past. Thank you.
Thank you, Bob, for that wonderful, inspiring start. I have to say, I've had the privilege of being taken around King's Cross by Bob. It was so fascinating, and I think we should all bear down on him afterwards to make him take us on a trip, because it was wonderful. Eric Fernie is next up on our programme. It caught my eye, I did look him up, caught my eye that there are over 300,000 results in 30 seconds on Google, but your Wikipedia entry doesn't do you justice. So CBE, trained at University of Witwatersrand, South Africa, where he had his first teaching post, came to UEA, where he taught Jill and met all of us, and then went on to be professor at Edinburgh and then director of the Courtauld Institute. He's been president both of the Society Antiquis here and in Scotland, fellow of the British Academy. Seminal books include Architecture of the Anglo-Saxons, Norwich Cathedral, Art History and its Methods, Architecture of Norman England, so forth. Eric, we sit at your feet now.
In order to move. Thank you. Well, thank you very much, Veronica. If I can see my paper, before I start the paper, I want to mention, I am having difficulty reading this actually, a comment of Jill's about a building. There is a society which celebrates a 1950s publication, and I sit on the committee which runs it. The chair arranges the committee meetings at his home, which used to be in Ivinghoe in Buckinghamshire. Then he and his wife moved to Wales to be closer to their children. Am I not close enough? Oh. Yes, thank you. That makes a big difference. They decided to move to Wales to be closer to their children. Then that meant that they went to the small town of Usk in Monmouthshire. This has a small Romanesque church with an accepted date which associates it with the founding of the priory by Richard de Clare between 1154 and 1176. Imagine my delight when I found that Jill had commented on this building, that is, in her article in the Festschrift for Roger Stalley. She wrote only one sentence on it, but it is important, as she rejects the accepted date, saying that the material evidence indicates it must be earlier than 1154 to 76. Having examined it, I agree. I'm sure she's right, however one deals with the information about the founding. Now, to the paper, The Enlarging of English Medieval Great Churches. Here are some cathedrals which illustrate the practice and which will probably be well known to you. From the Anglo-Saxon period, if I can get that, there is the Old Minster at Winchester, excavated by Martin Biddle. You have the 7th century church with 2 10th century enlargements, which end up doubling the length of the building. And then that avalanche of great churches built in the decades immediately after the Norman conquest, many of which were greatly enlarged in the 12th, 13th, and 14th centuries. As, for example, if we can just run through them, Canterbury, which was enlarged around 1100, and again after the fire of 1174. Ely, which started as an abbey, but then converted to a cathedral, had its east end extended in the 1240s, and the crossing enlarged after 1321. Then Lincoln, which was virtually replaced and hugely enlarged after 1185, the collapse, retaining only the western massif of the original building. And York, with its new east arm in the 1150s to 80s, the transept in the middle of the 13th century, and a new nave from 1291, and then the east arm again extended in the 14th century. And if you want to, you can add to those the cathedrals of Bristol, Exeter, Hereford, Lichfield, Rochester, and Worcester. You may be wondering why on earth I'm telling you this, because you will all know it. The reason is because I want to ask what economics has to do with explaining the phenomenon. How did the archbishops and bishops, who were the patrons of the work, avoid bankrupting their institutions? Could it be because they or their organizations became increasingly richer. And if that was the case, what might that have to do with the economy as a whole? In attempting to answer that question, I face two major problems. The first is my ignorance of the subject of economics, and the second is the dire state of the language of economics in today's world, where one might have expected to get a clear view of it. In support of that claim of a dire strait, here are 4 pieces of recent evidence. 1. When the economy contracts, this is frequently referred to as negative growth. Pardon? What does such terminology say about the clarity of thinking? Then this, from the business section of a recent copy of the Times. British families have more spare cash to spend compared with last year, but it may not feel like it as rising costs and inflation eat into household finances. Rising costs and inflation, but rising costs are the main indication and measure of inflation. Then, and this from no less than the International Monetary Fund. Macroprudential policies aim to reduce a financial system's sensitivity to shocks by limiting the buildup of financial vulnerabilities. Apparently, the solution to a problem is simply to restate it using different terms which mean the same thing, as in a financial system's sensitivity to shocks becomes its financial vulnerabilities. That's macroprudential thinking for you. The 4th example of confusion is more serious, as it involves the law. I refer to the financial benchmark convictions, which led to the bankers involved receiving substantial sentences, some of more than 10 years. In the European Union and America, these have been overturned, and the accused released from prison as it was decided that they had been wrongly convicted. That wasn't because of new proof that they did not do what they were accused of, as with the sub-postmaster's horror, or because of a change in the law. It is simply because it was decided that the rules had been misread by the courts and that what the bankers had been convicted of wasn't actually illegal. Well, I am relieved to be able to say that the quality of the academic research into medieval economics is very different and of the highest standard, as for example with Chris Wickham's new book, The Donkey and the Boat, 2023. There, backed by mountains of evidence, he says it is agreed that many economies were more complex in the 12th century than they had been in the 10th, and that many countries achieved economic growth in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries, most of them in the Mediterranean, but with clear instances in the north as well, including England. Of course, there are differing views on all sorts of aspects of the subject, but here, from a variety of publications, are points in support of the basic claim, arranged under the headings of law, banking, science, technology, and statistics. Law, all the points in this are to do with England. An innovation of the running of the country in the early 12th century was keeping accounts of income and expenditure, and as with Henry I's establishing of the office of the Exchequer. Direct taxation began at the end of the 12th century, and the regulation of the standard for gold and silver plate in the middle of the 13th. And to those, there is the increasing standardizing of measures and coins, as well as the use of seals. Banking. There was an enormous increase in banking in the 13th century, probably driven by the increase in trade. Just how enormous is illustrated by the Italian banker Francesco Pegolotti, who ran branches of the company for which he worked in a number of countries across Europe outside Italy. He performed that role in England from 1318 to 1321. which included arranging loans to the king, Edward II. And he and his team lived on Lombard Street and Cornhill, which I hope you can make out on the plan. It's just next to what is now the Bank of England, indicating that that part of the city was already a banking centre in the early 14th century. So if you change the recipient of those loans from the king to the government, you can almost imagine you're in the 20th century. Science. Europe's most important appropriation of ancient Greek science took place from the late 11th century to the 13th. This led to the introduction of experiment and observation, and hence the idea of proof and disproof in the understanding of physical things. Thus, Robert Grosseteste, Bishop of Lincoln, working through the first half of the 13th century, said that hypotheses must be tested, and he stressed the importance of observed evidence. Roger Bacon followed him in stressing the importance, Roger Bacon followed him in stressing the observed evidence and even spoke of the laws of nature. One must, however, be careful not to see these developments in the same terms as later actually scientific investigation. But anyway, it is there. Technology. Beginning in the 11th century, there was a surge of developments in European machine technology. Here are some of them. One of the biggest effects on the efficiency of transport, land transport, was an invention of the late 11th century. The horses and donkeys pulling the carts and carriages had frequently to change direction on the curves and bends on the roads, which imposed uneven stress on the two traces which linked them to what they were pulling, which could cause serious disruption and even injury. The invention was the marvelously named whipple or whittle tree, a rod hinged at its middle to equalize the tension on the two traces. And here you have a complicated one. If you just take one of those, you will see how the object works. Then there were the steering mechanisms for boats. The standard earlier ones were vertical oars attached to the side of the hull, which were very vulnerable to damage. Things were greatly improved when they were replaced by a rudder attached to the stern, reducing the danger of breakage. The earliest illustration of this new form is on the 12th century baptismal font in Winchester Cathedral, which you can just see on the left-hand side. The 11th and 12th centuries also saw increases in the efficiency and applicability of the water wheel, which greatly affected the textile industry. For example, the fulling or cleaning mill saved so much labor that the industry's focus in England shifted in the 13th century from the southeast of the country to the northwest, and simply because the availability of the kind of waterway you needed was easier to find there. They were more numerous. Tidal mills, unknown in antiquity, are recorded in the 12th and 13th centuries. The earliest firmly dated windmill with a horizontal axle, that is, with a vertical wheel, what became the standard type, is recorded in Yorkshire in 1185. In the 11th century, the hand loom began to be replaced by the treadle, which was capable of producing greater lengths at increased speed, and which left the hands free to control more aspects of production. And then V.R. Doncour's sketchbook of the 1230s includes a sawmill of a type which is the first industrial machine to involve, and here I am strictly quoting, what are called correlated fully automatic motions. This is a combination which led later in the century to the weight-driven mechanical clock. Finally, some statistics. There were 5,624 water mills in England in 1086, and between 9,000 and 12,000 by the year 1300. Over the same period, the arable area of the country more than doubled. Between 1086 and 1330, per capita income almost trebled, so that by the 13th century, the wealth of the wealthiest individuals had reached a scale not seen since Roman times. And during the 13th century, England's overseas trade increased threefold. So, that's just an accompaniment. What can one say about the relevance of the economy to the funding of the building and enlarging of great churches? Here are two thoughts. First, there is no evidence of special economic growth in England at the time of the boom in great church building following the Norman conquest. And indeed, given the effects of the invasion, there was certainly the opposite. No, the new buildings were paid for by the transfer of the wealth of the Anglo-Saxon aristocracy to the Normans and Norman appointees who replaced them and simply added it to their own. But the popularity of enlarging buildings in the 12th, 13th, and 14th century most certainly was accompanied by an expanding economy and hence more available wealth. And cathedrals especially were intimately associated with that economy. As Sylvia Thrupp puts it, quote, merchant families contributed substantially to cathedral funds, and ecclesiastical bodies had large holdings of town lands and invested a good deal in covering them with houses and shops. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And this literally is a holiday. This is sort of holiday island. It's Lipari. It's part of the Aeolian Islands, and actually to sort of show you pretty much where it is, it's just off the northeast side of Sicily, just here. And what I'm going to present, I hope, are a few fragments from a rather unusual cloister, a Romanesque cloister here, and a real sort of oddity. And I thought it might be appropriate here because I always admired Jill's capacity for spotting oddities and sort of cherishing them and exploring them. Whether it's be set piece compositions like Montevideo, or actually the cloister capitals, the very remarkable cloister capitals from Norwich Cathedral. But what I'm going to say is really rather tentative, but Lipari was actually quite an important Greek apoikia, a sort of Greek settlement here, and it was sort of heavily Romanized, and the Romans were interested in it because it's a great source of white quartz, which they use in concrete in particular, but it has a very sort of significant role to play, both in the sort of construction industry, the Roman construction industry, but also in shipping and trade, because of where it is. Because if you're actually sailing along the North Sicilian coast, then it's much safer, really, to sort of hug it. And it becomes a sort of victualling point. It's where ships stop, really, before they make this journey here and then follow the coast up towards the Bay of Naples and then on to towards Rome itself. But the islands themselves are volcanic, as you'll see, and Lipari is about the only substantially populated island in that cluster in the archipelago itself. The island immediately to the south of it is called Vulcano. And as its name suggests, it's a very active volcanic island. It's almost impossible to live there. Stromboli is another of the string of islands there. So Lipari is really sort of quite important in that particular archipelago itself. But it is very prone to earthquakes and volcanic activity. And as far as we're aware, it was actually depopulated in the mid-9th century by the Lapides. One suspects there probably isn't much of a population there to depopulate, in fact, by that sort of date, partly because trade has pretty much collapsed by then, but also because, as you can see from this contour chart here, the actual Greco-Roman port is now about 10 meters below the sea. And they tell me that about 1.5 meters of this is due to the rise in sea level, but 8.5 meters is basically because it slipped down towards the Siculo-Calabrian Trench. We're not quite sure exactly when that happened, but probably in the early Middle Ages. And there is material down there. There's quite a lot of material down in the actual sort of port area itself that doesn't seem to have been used in reconstruction work after the island was repopulated under Count Roger and Robert Guiscard during the Norman conquest of Sicily. Now, this is a process that sort of unfolds in the second half of the 11th century. And what I particularly want to look at, really, this is that mole there. This is where the actual Greco-Roman port is here. What I particularly want to look at is the Acropolis. This actually, it's flattened out on this map, but it's really quite a climb to get up there. So you're about 40 meters above sea level when you get up towards the top of the Acropolis. And the building in question is a monastery dedicated to San Bartolomeo with relics of St. Bartholomew. Here it's cloister, it's slightly truncated cloister that I want to look at. It's been largely reconstructed really over the post-medieval period, partly because this was heavily sacked in the 1540s and then is refortified under Charles V. So most of the fortifications that you see here, this sort of ring of fortifications, date from the mid-16th century. And subsequently, there's a major earthquake here in 1768. And many of the buildings on the Acropolis actually sort of collapse, including much of the former monastic cathedral here, which is then reconstructed in a sort of late Baroque style and actually sort of given aisles. But it's not difficult to reconstruct the shape of the early cathedral. It's an aisleless cruciform church. And I suspect it's been misdated. It's generally seen as something that sort of belongs to the 1130s when the abbot of San Bartolomeo is actually elevated to the position of a bishop. And it's twinned, it becomes a co-cathedral with Patti, which is actually on the mainland in Sicily. And the construction tends to be seen as something which unfolds then. But it strikes me as much more likely this actually dates to the period of the repopulation of this in the 1080s. We know that there is an abbot here before Robert Guiscard died, so before 1085. So it's part of that arrangement. As you can see, down towards the lower sections here, they've truncated the cloister so that the north walk of the cloister was lost when the cathedral was actually aisled. But there are bits of the Romanesque build that actually survive. This is the south transept you can see just here. And most importantly for my purpose, this is what survives of the cloister here with the sort of telling the authentic Mediterranean washing line you can see just here. And it's really just the sort of south walk and the rumps of the east and the west walks that actually survive. And it was unpicked, so you wouldn't really have seen this until the 1970s, in the sense that most of it was in fact walled up here. The south walk was turned into domestic accommodation. But over the course of the 1950s, 60s and 70s, then an archaeologist called Bernard Gray began to work on Lipari, began to work particularly on the site of the Greek Acropolis and set up a museum in the rooms of the cloister, not realizing that actually the plaster concealed many of the columns that you see here. And eventually, in the late 1970s, they started to unpick this stuff and they removed these blocking walls and revealed pretty much what you now see here. So it's sort of set up as a little museum as such. And this is a sort of general view. This is the south walk, as you can see, to the east. It's very curious. It's a spoliar composition, essentially, so that the columns that you see here are mostly actually reused. But well, Bernardo Bray thought from two different peristyle houses, probably Roman Republican peristyle houses here. I suspect there may be more than that. I mean, he judged this on the basis of which ones were actually fluted and what the diameter of the columns were. And the big fluted columns, which are mostly on the garth side of the cloister, are all around 50 centimeters in diameter. The ones that you see mostly actually on the outer side here, you know, actually against the ranges themselves are appreciably narrower than that. But anyway, this is a view here, and as you can see, it's fully vaulted, right? It's a classic groin vault, and it's mostly cut stone, which has been used to create the vault itself. The angle where you'd expect to find it, are the remnants of what I think must have been the day stairs. So the stairs that actually take you up into the dormitory, as well as a sort of paired entrance that you can see here, which is on the right-hand side, that then takes you into what would have been the monastic workroom or day room here. I mean, the stairs have been replaced; these were all replaced probably in the 16th century, in fact. And another view here, just to sort of sort of bulk this out, in terms of the way in which the vault is very, very, it's a sort of independent construction. As you can see here, actually supported on the columns themselves. And the rear columns, for the most part, actually reuse Doric capitals. Right, so they turn the capitals upside down, and they actually reuse those in order to support the main columns that you have there. So they're reused as bases here. But what sort of perplexed me somewhat is there's no evidence whatsoever for bases actually to be used underneath the thicker columns, which you actually have on the garth side of the walk. And I found this sort of slightly puzzling as to why they weren't sort of picking up bases for these, until I sort of cottoned on to the fact that if you're really reusing the material here that you simply have to hand, then you have a problem with bases if you're actually using Doric material or Doric, Doric peristyle houses, as with Doric temples, because basically they don't use bases as such. I mean, I sort of throw this up just as an example. This is from Selinunte in sort of southeastern Sicily. This is one of a whole series of temples on the western Acropolis that you see there, and you can search through that in your mind's eye and you won't find a base because they don't use bases here. So there are no bases actually to be had. The only way you create a base is by upturning a capital, and which is what they do obviously in the rear side, but it's more interesting in the way in which that garth side has been constructed. I say it's more interesting than that because Romanesque cloisters, as a matter of course, actually set columns on stylobates here. So there's always a bench that actually acts as a barrier, effectively, and a podium between the walk and the actual garth itself. And in every other case that I know, then the columns will actually be set on the stylobate on bases, right? So, I mean, there's a classic example of that to actually see here at Moissac as such. But I'm not entirely sure about this. But I do think that much of the material that we actually have here being used at Lipari actually does form the stylobate here. So much of these blocking stones that weren't removed are in exactly the same material, same type, same standard of stones that you have in the rear walls. I think this is the stylobate we have just there. And if that is the case, then they're actually building the stylobate around the columns. And what's interesting about that is this is what they actually do in peristyle houses as well. That actually the source, as it were, of the material is also providing a guide for the constructional techniques that are actually being used. So this is, I mean, you can take any number of peristyle or courtyard houses from somewhere like Pompeii, for example, and you'll find the same thing as well, that the actual benches, the stylobates, are built around the actual columns, or they abut the columns. They're not sort of separate from them as such. And so that's just an example really of that there. In terms of its date, then the only indicative material really is to do with capitals that have been reworked. And quite a few of these are reused Doric capitals, which, as you can see, often don't fit. But there are a series of adjustments that were made to those capitals. The one that you see here in the middle, for example, has actually been reworked, it's been given spirals, all of the material has been recarved, essentially, out from a spolia core as such. And there are sort of groups of them there's a sort of a German scholar, or sort of Italo-German scholar called Margherita Tabanelli, who's done some work on this, who wrote a PhD, in fact, on comital Sicily, which is to say sort of what's happening in Sicily really between the 1070s and the creation of the kingdom in 1130, and had a look at Lipari. She divides the capitals up here into 4 sort of particular groups, about half of them being reused Doric capitals. There are 2 stray capitals, which she puts in her group B, which are very sort of freely composed reworkings, actually, of sort of classical designs, but with volumes, as you can see. They're all respond capitals. This is one of them. And then actually there are a couple of sort of geometric designs, in some cases almost, you think, sort of half digested in terms of what really happens to the recutting of the capitals. And then we have these animals. Now, these are all concentrated at the southwest angle of the cloister as it survives now. I mean, as I say, we no longer have the north walk of the cloister. This is an example of one of these. This is another. You can see this is a particularly sort of crude version here of a sort of, you know, sort of a juxtaposition, essentially, of a quadruped and a snake. 2 birds drinking. This is a reworking of a very well-known classical composition, which you see here. Margherita Tabanelli, you know, thought this really related to material on the whole in northern Italy. You know, particularly this sort of sub-Longobardic work, which you find in around sort of Milan, Pavia, this sort of material here, and you do get parallels really for this sort of stuff in that sort of world. Though it seems rather arbitrary. I can't see any particular reason why it is you might have that connection beyond the fact that in the witness lists we actually have from monks at San Bartolomeo, and the names that we get do tend to be sort of Longobard names. They're not Norman names. You don't get lists of Williams and Walters and Richards and Roberts. What you get are people like Adelmo or Landolf in the actual witness list there. So the probability is that the first abbot, I should say, is called Ambrose or Ambrogio here, but the probability is that they probably are Southern Italian Lombard candidates rather than being monks actually brought down from Normandy, as is the case elsewhere at this sort of period. There's a very, very strong connection actually in southern Italy with Saint-Evroult in Normandy, and a man called Robert de Grambonel is sent into exile by Duke William here, and he brings a lot of monks down from Saint-Evroult, and these colonize Milito and Sant Euphemia and Venosa, which is Guiscard's burial church. It doesn't seem to be that group, though, that are being used here. These seem to be probably indigenous, but probably actually from elsewhere in Calabria, or maybe up towards sort of Salerno, Capua. But you can find this sort of world, this sort of work, you know, these almost sort of floaty animals, which you get actually elsewhere in Normandy as well, particularly towards the end of the 11th century. These are some Langlois drawings here of Graville Saint-Honorine. This is more or less the mouth of the River Seine, you know, before the big restoration works that were done just there. They now look like this. They've mostly been recut at Graville Saint-Honorine, but nonetheless, I mean, they're in a sort of similar world. There's no reason why these should actually be connected, I think, to southern Italy. So what sort of context might you suggest for these here? I mean, I sort of feel it's very, very likely that what we're actually looking at is the reworking of material here on Lipari, because it's material that actually is to hand. There is no indigenous building tradition that you can actually draw on as such. It's essentially an improvisation that we're really looking at, but it's an improvisation with a knowledge of what's required to create a monastery. And it is difficult actually to sort of find a context in which this fits. It sort of doesn't sit into the general models that are usually used really to understand what's happening in southern Italy. There's one other place however, where I think you might find something not entirely dissimilar. And this actually is in Robert Guiscard's burial church in Venosa, but in a phase which really predates his interest, I suspect, in Venosa. And that Venosa is relaunched, this is in northern Basilicata, it's relaunched by the Altavilla or the Hauteville family before Guiscard actually gets down to southern Italy. So his elder brother Drogo introduces monks into Venosa, and they reoccupy a late antique church, which is still there in large part, and it's adapted, and a forebuilding is created with a great sort of narthex. This is part of its facade that you see just here, and this is before they undertake the massive intended expansion of this church with a new apse ambulatory structure, which almost certainly has begun in the 1080s. This predates that and has nothing to do with it on the whole. Again, it's mostly reworked spolium, is this, you know, so it's been recut. You can actually see this is a Roman funerary stele that you get just here, for example. And if you sort of cut down onto this end of it just here, then what you really see at the base is an attempt to reinterpret a Doric frieze, even unto, these are ox head elements you actually have at that point just there. And I think this probably is the sort of context in which perhaps one ought to understand Liberi. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John. Fantastic, fascinating example of resourcefulness. Be interesting to know more about the economy behind it as well. We'll come back to that later. So now over to David Robinson, architectural historian, specializes in Cistercians and Augustinians, regular reviewer and author of Country Life, and has worked both for Caddo and English Heritage, and is going to talk to us about the Augustinians. That sounds very wide-ranging, you'll see.
Thank you, Veronica. As I'm sure you'll all recognise, given the overarching theme for this splendid day celebrating Jill's life, the image on this rather busy opening slide is nothing less than a shameless attempt to immediately remind us of the Augustinian contribution to reuse in the architectural landscape of the 12th century. On the right-hand side, of course, we see the short-lived priory church of St. Mary at Porchester. Here, the Augustinian community occupied the site of an Anglo-Saxon burh, itself established within the standing walls of a late 3rd century Roman fort. But the Augustinian canons are all over reuse. My own interest in the Augustinian canons began with the preparation of a simply awful PhD thesis produced more years ago than I care to remember. I was intrigued, therefore, with Jill's first venture into Augustinian territory in the paper that she published on Bridlington in 1989, appearing in the BAA's conference transactions on the East Riding of Yorkshire, edited by Christopher Wilson, I believe. I somehow managed to beg an off-print, which in turn opened an avenue for discussing all things Black canons with the author, something which we continue to do on and off, all the way through to the association's conference in Chichester last September. In Jill's Bridlington paper, in addition to reconstructing, I need to, how do I go back? In Jill's Bridlington paper, in addition to reconstructing the recoverable footprint of the 12th century cloister, she set out, or I think Bob set it out actually, didn't you? Set out the notional plan of the lost church which had stood alongside its northern flank. She proposed a fairly substantial cruciform building though one without aisles to either the presbytery or the nave. Gill further observed that among the known plans of contemporary English Augustinian houses, one might argue that there was a definite preference for churches based on the same blueprint, as at Kenilworth, Norton, and Porchester seen here. I'm not entirely sure about Merton, but in short, the Bridlington publication established the basis for a thesis, which gradually took shape on Gill's desk. After a break from the subject, she was to develop her ideas in a sequence of thought-provoking papers published between 2004 and 2022. 5 of those papers, accompanied by an extended analytical essay, led to the well-deserved award of a PhD from UEA in 2013. All the way through this work, Gill maintained that the distinctive aisleless cruciform plan was shared by the majority of Augustinian communities in Britain up to about 1150. By the time of her 2022 paper, however, Gill was keen to note that there was nothing exclusively Augustinian about the form. In fact, the Augustinian regular canons, who were priests, of course, merely adopted the type of church which had long been used by their secular counterparts in the priesthood, as at Norton in Durham or Stowe in Lincolnshire, two places she cites. In other words, in the broader context of Romanesque architecture in general, Augustinian cannot really be considered a stylistic category. Instead, Gill suggested that priestly or perhaps episcopal might be a more appropriate generic term for the type of church in question. For the Augustinians themselves, as Gill recognized, the type site is undoubtedly Porchester. The priory was founded by William de Pontlarche before 1128, almost certainly with the support of King Henry I. Just 2 decades later, however, about 1148-50, the canons abandoned their unsuitable location within the castle enclave and moved north to a fresh site at Southwick, leaving their already largely completed church intact. Its walls, faced with high-quality ashlar inside and out, there is nothing about the building to suggest it was seen as a temporary structure. It featured a short, square-ended presbytery, transepts with no certain evidence of Eastern chapels, and a long nave. A stone vault was at least planned, if not built, over the presbytery. The nave was covered with wood, and there was a low tower above the crossing. Now, beyond mere typology, Gill also looked for meaning within the common use of the unaisled cruciform plan among Augustinian communities in England. We are effectively reminded that at the heart of the existence of all regular canonical life was an adherence to the life of the apostles, the Vita Apostolica. The intriguing question posed by Gill is whether the single vessel plan was deliberately adopted by the reforming canons of the 12th century with reference to an appropriate iconographic paradigm, as a way of emphasizing their separate identity from monks. Indeed, she suggested that the ultimate model may have been the Basilica Apostolorum, or San Nazaro as it is now, in Milan, the oldest example in the West of an unaisled cross-plan church, consecrated by Bishop Ambrose by the year 386. At the time of its refurbishment in the late 11th century, the ancient associations of the church continued to be acknowledged. In fact, they had been promoted by Pope Alexander II. Of further interest, it was Alexander, along with his immediate successors, Gregory VII and Urban II, who gave considerable support to the emerging ideals of the regular canonical life and to the introduction of the rule of St. Augustine as its supreme guide. We don't have time to explore this today, but as Christopher Brooke tells us, the rediscovery of the rule of St. Augustine quickly changed the face of the monastic world. I want to turn now to some thoughts reflecting on this work. and setting it in a wider Augustinian context. To begin with, based on the list of houses published by Knowles and Hadcock in 1971, we are dealing with easily the most prolific of all the monastic and religious orders that were to be found across the religious landscape of medieval Britain. There were close to 200 foundations in all. In other words, in looking for anything by way of a common architectural identity, there's a vast body of information to be taken into account, not just in the form of standing buildings, but also extensive archaeological material. That said, the Knowles and Hadcock lists conflate the overall picture, including, as it does, several independent congregations of regular canons, each of which owed allegiance to a mother house with a bespoke customary, notably the Aroasians and the Victorines. For each of these, the approach to architecture, especially in the 12th century, ought to be considered separately, in my view. If we are to consider the regular canons at large, then we should also be throwing in the houses of the Premonstratensian and Gilbertine canons. Jill certainly made this distinction in her later papers. With the independent groups removed, we are still left with a substantial number of houses, with at least 50, up to 60, founded before 1150. The red squares here, if you can just about make them out, are the houses established during the reign of Henry I, when the aisleless cruciform churches are thought to have been at their most prevalent within the congregation. In this context, it's worth sounding another note of caution, especially with regard to the unknown. The precise number of cruciform Augustinian churches proven or suspected to have been built without aisles over the first 3 or 4 decades of the 12th century is not massive. A few more examples may have been teased out since Jill produced these numbers in 2012, but there are still many we know too little about. The priorates of St. Julian and St. Botolph at Colchester is a case in point, especially as it is generally acknowledged to have been the first regularized community of Augustinian canons in Britain, founded between about 1100 and 1106, possibly 1104. It certainly claimed primacy over the British congregation. Of course, we cannot be certain that the surviving nave arcades, built with the extensive use of Roman brick, represent the initial Augustinian church on the site, but the work is unlikely to have been a modification of anything earlier, or at least I suspect so in this case. Sadly, important excavations of the early 1990s remain unpublished, and although there is no report of an underlying aisleless church, the presence of a posited crypt, if correct, is particularly intriguing. Another point I think we need to consider in developing Jill's thesis still further is the continental backstory, which, not surprisingly, is once again vast. A notable house in this context is San Frediano at Lucca, which John Dickinson regarded as undoubtedly the most influential early centre of the regular canons in Italy. Here, in what was an ancient 6th century foundation, the community may have adopted the full common life as early as 1060, and certainly before 1068, doubtless under the influence of the future Pope Alexander II. San Frediano is a spoliar church and may not have been completed in its present form until the 1140s. But it is undoubtedly of interest to speculate on the form of the structures occupied by the first generation of regular canons, with its archaeology worthy of deeper investigation. Given that the house effectively became the head of an independent congregation of houses, I'm shooting myself in the foot here, of course, but given the background and the personnel involved, we would perhaps wish to know why there is no sign of an aisleless cruciform building, at least not yet. There again, in southwest France, where regular canons following the rule of St. Augustine took comparatively early root, there are various examples of late 11th or early 12th century cruciform churches without aisles. At Saint-Emilion, for example, regulars appear to have been introduced to a former collegiate church in about between about 1059 and 1086, and they were almost certainly Augustinian by the time the dome nave was under construction. Oops, I'm sorry, we missed it, but there it is. There is another example in the Dordogne at Saint-Amand-de-Coly. To what extent this pattern was a reflection of papal reforms, or one simply of regional style, I must perhaps leave for discussion. It is, though, a matter of great regret that we know next to nothing about two highly significant late 11th century foundations in northeastern France, namely Saint Quentin at Beauvais, established before 1079, and Saint-Jean-en-Valais at Chartres. Their loss is particularly unfortunate in the context of early developments in England, and not simply because of their geographical proximity. It was here in the time of Bishop Ivo, Bishop of Chartres, I'll get it right. The two English clerics, Bernard and Norman, were sent to study. The regular canonical life before returning to Colchester to help introduce the rule of St. Augustine to St. Botolph's. Beauvais was clearly regarded as a model house, and all importantly, its observances also seem to have been introduced to the Essex Foundation. Alas, we're entirely in the dark as to what guidance, if any, was offered on architectural matters. In several of her later papers, Jill delves much deeper into the ways in which aisleless cruciform buildings may have been modified and expanded into aisle churches from the mid-12th century onwards. At Worksop, for instance, founded by William de Lovetot for Augustinian canons in about 1130, the presbytery is lost, but the surviving nave with its three-storey elevation has been dated to about 1187. Here, Jill has argued that these arrangements are predated by an aisleless church, in which the western towers may or may not have been secondary additions. The mechanics of just how the introduction of the aisles was achieved is, as Jill admits, a matter of speculation. Similarly, Jill points to tentative archaeological evidence which may suggest an early eyeless building at St. Friedeswide's, Oxford. She goes on to suggest that this is skillfully concealed by the late Romanesque church of the 1160s and 1170s, not least through the introduction of the most striking feature of the internal elevations, namely the giant order, whereby the columnar piers rise without interruption through 2 stories. I think it's fair to say that this is the area of Jill's most recent work on the canons, which is yet to win universal approval. It may be that we're not ready yet. I don't know. Nevertheless, Jill is characteristically challenging, putting forward bold new ideas and backing them up with fabric analysis and offering potential reasons for the adoption of certain forms. She has undoubtedly left us with a great deal of food for thought. The last observation I should like to offer today concerns the ongoing occurrence of the eyeless cruciform churches among the British Augustinian communities well into the 13th century and beyond. Indeed, the form never really fell totally out of favour. At Haverfordwest, for example, a house founded in about 1200 by the local lord Robert Fitzrichard, the church with an eyeless presbytery nave appears to have been built within several decades. We will see this, those of us who are on the Pembrokeshire conference this year. There is nothing particularly regional about the plan form at this date, nor does its scale appear to be a reflection of the wealth of the house. There are a number of aisled Cistercian churches across the South Wales seaboard, with incomes comparable with Haverfordwest, for example. More surprising in many ways is the Church of Selborne in Hampshire, excavated between 1953 and 1971. Selborne was established in 1233-34 by the great Peter de Roche, Bishop of Winchester, and was something of a prestigious foundation. Both the church and cloister buildings were presumably laid out over the second quarter of the 13th century and were certainly completed before 1300. Given the bishop's resources, one imagines the choice of plan was not based on financial constraints, and one wonders what other influences may have been at play. Interestingly, just a year or so before the Roche had also founded the nearby Premonstratensian Abbey at Titchfield, which was also built to an aisleless cruciform plan. Other late Augustinian churches of the same basic form are known, for instance, from Mitchelham in Sussex, Beeston in Norfolk, and Chetwold in Buckinghamshire. In conclusion, then, close to 10 years ago, Jill kindly agreed to give a paper at a conference I was organising in Oxford, dealing with various aspects of the architecture and liturgy of the canons. In my introductory contribution, I bemoaned the lack of any form of recent survey of Augustinian buildings in the round. Indeed, I found myself saying that it was Jill Franklin who almost single-handedly had been doing something to give the canons their architectural voice. Her work remains of considerable importance and will continue to stimulate us for many years to come. I think I'll leave it there.
Thank you so much, David. That was a wonderful tribute to Jill, and very absorbing in terms of your own interpretation as well. So we now have about 20 minutes, I think, for chat, discussion, questions. I'm not sure how we do this. We're probably not allowed to sit on these, are we? Oh. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, it's over to the yes, right. Okay. No. Well, I was wondering if, do you remember all the speakers, or do you want them to come and stand with me up here? Why don't you come and stand with me up here? Yeah. And another thank you to all of you, not least for sticking to time and enabling us to have time for discussion. So is there anybody who wants to start us off? Yes.
Hello, this is a question for David. You had various French priories. Do we have any records of what Saint-Ruf was like?
Yes. Yes, there's quite a lot of Saint-Ruf that survives, and the Ruffian congregation is one of my independent groups. It's quite a large one, which spread over the south of France and into northern Spain, in fact. So in the context of today, I would set it aside, but there are certainly single aisle churches within the Ruffian congregation. St. Ruf itself, or the existing church, is an aisleless cruciform church, as it happens.
Yeah, I have a question for Bob. How talked a lot about how buildings should be reused, and I was just wondering what your opinion was on the redesign of buildings with more negative stigma, like things like the Bastille or the Nuremberg rally fields, or even the Tower of London, for example.
Sorry, give me your example again.
places like the Tower of London, Nuremberg rally fields, or like the Bastille in France?
Where the history is complicated, and you don't want to. Yeah, that's a very interesting point. And I mean, I suppose I've never encountered it as an issue, if you see what I mean. So I haven't had to think about it. And I suppose in the end, those decisions are made, you know, they're probably outside our competence. They're probably kind of social decisions in a sense, in how you deal with sites like that or issues like that. I mean, you know, it's parallel with the sort of issues we're dealing with in terms of, you know, monuments of slave traders and things, isn't it? How do you not lose the memory, because it's important to remember it, but you don't particularly want to kind of preserve it or celebrate it. So I don't know the answer, but it is a very interesting thought that one might encounter that issue.
There are those, of course, who might say that Highbury Stadium is a place of great evil too, but there you go.
Could I be greedy and ask 2 quick questions? First to Bob. My hearing missed, my fading hearing. I think I saw a photograph in your presentation, wonderful presentation, of a bull ring, but I missed the place. Valladolid, north of Madrid, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you, where we have the Royal English College, of course. And thank you very much for that. The second is for John, if I may. Which order was at Lipari? Was it Benedictine, Cistercian, or what? Which order?
It was Benedictine. And it's actually twinned with another Benedictine abbey. They form a sort of two-centered Benedictine foundation.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for wonderful papers, all of them. I just wanted to pick up on David's paper paying tribute to Jill's work on the single-aisled building. I was asked to review for the Burlington magazine, and it's due to come out quite soon, a book called The Other Monasticism, which was put together by Sheila Bond and Clark Mains, and it looks at non-standard monastics, so Gromontine, and it doesn't have Gromontines, wait a minute, it's got Augustinians, Ponteverodines, Celestinians, etc. And as I reviewed it, as I went through it, paper after paper was referencing Jill's work on the single-aisled vessel, single-aisled church, in the context of both Augustinians, but sort of wider reform, and sort of suggesting that it's not just Augustinians, but as Jill herself was built up with, wider reform movements were very interested in the single-aisled nave. And I just wanted to flag up this book, and it's just paper after paper makes reference to Jill's work and pays tribute to it. But also, I mean, as David's paper suggested, just the complexity of thinking about the implications of something that sounds very simple, a single vessel nave. So
I know the book you mean, at least I've seen it advertised, but I think it's Brepols, isn't it? And ridiculously expensive, like all their things are. And they're never remaindered for some reason, or don't seem to be. So I haven't seen it, but I shall look out for that. And you're absolutely right. And quite some years ago now, Clark Mains and Sheila Bond published the first church at Primontra, which is aside from the main site, which is where they think, oh, it's gone from my head, who's the Premontre founder, Norbert. It's Norbert's church, and it's not a very long paper, but they throw into the mix. We talk about the early Cistercian churches. We talk, but may it have been Premontre that was significant in this? But the very early churches, but that we know about in that area of northern France and Belgium, Premonstratensian houses, there isn't enough excavation to know what's going on underneath fairly quickly established quotes Bernardine plan style churches, which the Premonstratensians picked up on. So, thank you.
I just wanted to ask Bob what he thought about facadism, as I believe it's called. Several examples, for example, in Spitalfields, where you get a historic period frontage retained, and then a gap, and then completely demolish the rest and put a modern building behind.
I mean, we've probably done it really, so I have to accept that. I suppose what I feel is that buildings are more interesting when they are part of something larger than themselves, if you see what I mean. So I'm more interested in the way buildings contribute to the wider whole. And therefore, there are situations where you can have you might find yourself needing or wanting to change we call it the program for the building, what the building contains, and yet not wanting to change the way it represents itself to the world because it's part of something greater. And I think, so I think there are occasions when it's a reasonable response to make. Obviously, it's not a justification for demolishing a building which has its own integrity or qualities that are still present and which you want to look after. But certainly where we've been involved, where we've done it, I'm thinking of a place where we've done it, it was an opportunity to kind of give the building a new life, as it were, by substantially rebuilding behind. But it would have been inconceivable to have lost the front. So in the end, in a weird way for me, the fronts of buildings, the facades of buildings, because they make the public realm, because they make public space, in the end are much more important in a way than what goes behind them. So I am prepared to make that sacrifice, on occasion when it seems appropriate.
Thank you. I wanted to ask John a question, which comes out of sort of something I find really sort of interesting. That it required expertise to dismount and remount elements of spolia, because it all looks as if it's the easy way, but is it always the easy way? And was there, for example, recutting, shortening of some of those columns? Did they know how to do that?
I think that actually couples with an economic question, in fact, which is how do you convert money into productive capacity? What you have to create a skills base if a skills base doesn't really exist initially. And I suspect actually we've paid too little attention to that when it comes to what's happening in the 11th century, when there undoubtedly is a significant increase in the amount of building which is actually going on across Europe as a whole. And I think in the case of Lipari, then we're probably in a sort of tabula rasa sort of situation in which there isn't an indigenous population, and there certainly isn't an indigenous craft base, or building industry that you can actually call on, which is not the case on the Mediterranean seaboard, for example, where you have populous cities with continuing building traditions in places like Salerno, for example. And there is recutting, undoubtedly, which is going on. And there seems to me to be some evidence there that material which is being recut is being worked by more than one or two different sculptors. There seem to be sort of several that are actually working there, and I've no idea where they've been brought from, but they must have been brought into it probably from somewhere in northern Sicily, but I simply don't know. That possibly from somewhere like Salerno. The really sort of crucial thing, I would think, is the building of the vault, and as to how it is that you can actually stabilize and get that up, because they are recutting stone for it, and they obviously actually have a reasonably good centering system, and it may be testimony to the quality of the vault that it doesn't collapse in the 1763 earthquake, for example. I mean, it's, as far as one can see, that still is the Romanesque vault, which is there. I don't think it's been reconstructed as such, and that would seem to me to actually require expertise to be brought in order to do that. The sort of make do and mend stuff, actually, when it comes to putting up the columns and reacting, I think that is a much simpler sort of operation. I mean, there's a bit of a tag for that. I got quite interested in this in terms of what happens in Venosa. And Venosa has this famously unfinished church there. It's laid out, and it's laid out in exactly the same way as a place called Echierenza is laid out. And I think that because of the peculiarities in its plan, it must have been laid out by somebody who knew exactly what they were doing and have been actually sort of called in. But the people that build it use totally different materials, they use totally different techniques, and ultimately at Venosa, they don't finish it. I have wondered in the past as to one of the reasons why they don't finish it is they don't know how to finish it. And actually it's sort of simply left there.
I have a question for Eric. You're obviously interested in this huge question over many centuries of rebuilding these churches. Do you have a thought to share with us about why this rebuilding is often concentrated on sections of the building rather than a rebuild, if they're so wealthy?
Yeah, that is a very interesting question, especially as I think we contrast with France, where the total rebuilding is much more the rule. So why it is sectional, I should have mentioned that, and thank you for bringing it up. But it is something that I cannot explain. I don't have a response to it, except just to notice that it is characteristic of an English approach. And it might have repercussions and relevance way beyond architecture. But I won't go into that either. Thank you.
This is a question for Nikki. I actually have friends who live in Shipton under Wychwood, so I'm very aware of the flooding. They once got completely stuck. And I'm sure you're right about the issue of the floodplain, but one of your photographs of it showed what seemed to be quite substantial earthworks around, presumably, the site of what's now the house. But would that have been around the original village as well? And how far was that sort of embanked, so to speak?
You're talking about the aerial photograph that I showed, are you? Because actually that's the best way of seeing it, because you're too low down when you're, I mean, it's low and so are you as the spectator, so you can see the humps and the dips, but you can't get a good picture of it. It was clearly embanked.
Yes.
How high it originally was is, well, I'm no archaeologist, and it's impossible at this point to say. It's been grazed and grazed and grazed by sheep whenever it's not covered in water, and it quite clearly was a banked settlement. But I don't think that precludes flooding all the same. Apart from anything else, the water table's very high. And except in July and August, when you can't get a fork into the ground, you can get a fork in very easily and it comes up full of clay. It's right in the valley bottom. It's damp and it's claggy, and when you get the water onto it, it just sits there. So I think that they possibly were trying to do a bit of flood defence. I mean, my suspicion is that Doyley was a they're all called Robert Doyley, the men, all of them, on and on and on, called Robert Doyley. But the original Robert Doyley, he was a Norman. He arrived sent off to the Evenlode Valley and also to be the Constable of Oxford Castle. And I suspect he hadn't got a clue about flooding. And so he said, right, I'm going to put my tower here. And probably some local said, I don't advise it. And he said, no, that's absolutely fine. No, I'm going to put, my villains are going to be all around me, and that's going to be all very nice. And it was only after they'd lived there for some time, they realized that probably for the villains, it wasn't very nice at all. So it may have just been inexperience that made them put it there. But I think that the water would have got in whatever happens. The house, as it, well, the castle, of course, on its little mott, but the house, interestingly, is built. I mean, I used Tewkesbury quite deliberately because, all those, every time there's the 7 floods, you get the famous picture of Tewkesbury Abbey riding above the flood. And the house is just that 3 feet above the normal flooding level. I mean, it's the floodplain's there for nature's reasons, and it floods in exactly the same way each time. And the house is just above, very clever, and it doesn't flood. Unfortunately, because the property developer bought it and started living there and brought in his workmen and called it Doyley Manor and all the rest of it. And it's been completely boarded up for the last 3 months. I suspect because it's listed grade 1 and English Heritage suddenly woke up and said, you can't do what you think you want to do, sorry. And there he is with his house that is completely boarded up. But I don't know, none of us know. We just sit and gossip about it really most of the time and wonder.
This is a question for Eric, based also riffing off Bob's paper. And it's a question about, I suppose, affection and familiarity, and whether the reason for extending a building rather than starting again from scratch is about a developed affection for the building that you've, as it were, grown up in. And I want to sort of problematize it by saying, why on earth did Henry III knock down the Confessors Westminster and start again from scratch?
I wonder if you could just give me that question again. Sorry.
It's contrasting the possibility that buildings are retained and added to because of an affection for the core of the building. And given that and complicating it, why on earth did Henry III knock down the Confessors Westminster?
One of the things that struck me as I was giving the paper was the parallel with what Bob had been saying about later buildings, and it's what you're referring to now. As to the particular example you mentioned at Westminster, I have absolutely no idea, I'm afraid. But affection for what is there, for what exists, must obviously play a part in this. So I think you're right.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all your questions. And thank you very much to all our speakers who've given us a really splendid morning, wonderful start to the day, and Jill would have been proud.
Right, the cursor.
I mean, I'll need someone to catch the thing and start the thing off to this point. I can't do that.
Have you loaded it onto the computer? Yes, you have.
Yes, of
So
course I do,
just
but I
ask
don't.
me. and I will do that. Now, slide forward,
Yeah.
slide back.
Right,
Okay.
right. That's easy. How to use the cursor? Is this?
Yeah.
So that people see that on the screen?
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I'll set that up.
Yeah. Yes.
Hello, everybody. It's past time, actually. We kept what's one thing past time. We kept the time in the first session. I predicted we wouldn't, and we did. So let's go on as we started. The first talk in this afternoon session was to have been delivered by Richard Halsey and Sandy Heslop, but it's going to be delivered by Sandy Heslop alone, as it happens. And perhaps Sandy can say something about that. And it's on the Church of All Saints at Westacre. I'm not going to give long introductions, except to say that both Richard and Sandy are past presidents of British Archaeological Association. So Sandy.
Thanks very much. Can everybody hear okay? Yep. Richard sends his apologies. He's been undergoing some medical treatment at the end of last week and thought he was recovering fine and then decided he'd better not come. So my second apology is that I'm going to try and imitate Richard Halsey. Okay, so the current title of the paper is what you see on the screen. All Saints Westacre, a parish church and a priory, and you might want to put a question mark after that bit. Westacre is a small village 2 miles down the River Nar in West Norfolk from its more famous and much larger neighbour, Castle Acre Priory. With South Acre, which is to the south, these three parishes formed the Domesday entry for Acre. Ralph de Tosney, hereditary standard bearer of the Duchy of Normandy, was given 20 manors in Norfolk, including Westacre and neighbouring Necton. A charter which Nicholas Vincent has shown is of the period 1102 to 26 includes this passage. Ralph de Tosney, with my wife Alice, and my sons Roger and Ralph, for ourselves and the souls of our ancestors, have granted and confirmed to the Church of All Saints at Acre, and to Olivet the priest, and to Walter his son, and all the canons remaining there, and to their successors serving God in that place, the fee which Olivet the priest held under me, namely the church and all the tithe of my hall. As Vincent summarizes, saying this is really not a foundation charter at all in any sense, it's a confirmation charter. Significantly, he says, there is no mention of any conventual buildings. In all probability, Olivet, Walter, and their companions formed a community of priests living in and around the parish church of All Saints, bound together by common devotion rather than by any formal rule. Only later, at some unknown date, most likely in the 1130s or 40s, was this community organized as a priory proper, placed under the discipline of the Augustinian order, with its own buildings and a church dedicated to the Virgin Mary. It is not unusual for an Augustinian priory to be founded from an existing minster or college of priests, and for it to continue to include a parochial altar served by the canons. Westacre became one of the wealthier houses of the order, its 1291 valuation being almost the same as Cluniac Castleacre. A fire in 1286 had, however, damaged the church and adjacent conventual buildings to the south. Repair work was presumably undertaken, and its completion may be indicated by the gatehouse, which you'll see later on, which has heraldry implying a date of 1309 to 1315. Following its surrender to the crown in January 1538, church and monastery were rapidly dismantled and Abbey House built to the west of the church, reusing the west range of the cloister for service buildings. The latter are now in a ruinous condition, but include some late 12th century openings and part of the southwest tower of the Priory Church. The house remains inhabited and the site is not open to the public. In 1927-8, F.H. Fairweather excavated the site, essentially foundation chasing, and published the plan you see on the screen. He thought he might have found an earlier east end, and because of various anomalies with the North Arcade piers, suggested that they and the crossing had been rebuilt after the 1286 fire. The inner face of the North Aisle wall was found to be built of brown sandstone with a good face, presumably West Norfolk brown carstone. Stephen Hayward re-examined the visible remains in 2016 and suggested that the original crossing tower had indeed collapsed, causing the area to be rebuilt. From his close examination of the standing fabric, however, he rejected Fairweather's south arcade as pure conjecture based only on the southeast crossing pier, not anything that was actually excavated. Fairweather also found a large number of massive cut and moulded barnac fragments of 14th century date, including a large arch voussoir and chamfered angles in the south transept area, and two heavy fragments of reticulated tracery in the presbytery. Unfortunately, he didn't illustrate any of these features, and their current whereabouts are unknown. This map comes from an extensive archaeological field and documentary survey published in 2004. In a field book of 1432, there is no mention of a parish church, and there are no bishop's presentations recorded. There were, however, 5 guilds in the parish: that of St. Peter, probably functioning in the chapel of St. Peter to the west of the monastery. You can see it there in a red rectangle. The flint rubble walls of the simple rectangular chapel of St. Thomas Becket down to the southeast in Custhorpe are sufficiently visible to have been listed grade 2. Wills from 1398 to 1546 refer to a chapel of St. Nicholas, but a 1440 will of a parish priest, William Barnard, requested burial in the churchyard All Saints in Westacre, and for William Walsingham to celebrate for him in the chapel of St. Nicholas, which at least implies separate altars, if not separate buildings. A will of 1438 also requests burials in All Saints churchyards and leaves money for the repair of the chapel of St. Nicholas. And yet another will of 1476 refers to the cemetery of the chapel of St. Nicholas and All Saints in Westacre. The site of St. Nicholas's chapel has, however, never been identified. Moving slightly to the north, so there, it has been noted that the parish church, which you see there, its tower looming, is just within the likely wall of the medieval precinct. That's the gatehouse I mentioned, by the way. But the porch and the family chapel, which you'll see shortly, projecting from the north side of the parish church, would lie outside the precinct. Could there really have been two churches dedicated to All Saints in Westacre, the Priory Church and a separate parish church? Or was there just one church? The parish church with a parochial aisle, perhaps, and a parochial cemetery to the north of it. Various devotions and images are noted in wills. There was a light, money left for a light to the Virgin Mary, and as the priory was dedicated to St. Mary and All Saints, that may well have been actually in the monastic part of the building rather than the parish church. But Fairweather, But Fairweather's North Chancel Lady Chapel and the North Transept aisle could easily have housed altars dedicated to All Saints and St. Nicholas. Such an arrangement existed elsewhere, for instance, at Wymondham Benedictine Priory and Weybourne Augustinian Priory on the North Norfolk coast, founded from Castleacre circa 1200, dedicated to St. Mary and St. Nicholas. According to the church guide, in 1602, All Saints was described as wholly decayed and ruinated. Was this perhaps because of the destruction of the priory church, of which it had formed a part, and it had lost the buttressing that was helping to sustain its fabric? The present parish church of All Saints Westacre lies some 20 metres east, as you can see, of the impressive gatehouse of the former Augustinian priory. Approaching the church from the north, from the road, that is, one is struck by the character of the fabric, which deploys many well-cut blocks of ashlar in its plinth, battlements, and manifold quoins. The bulk of the walling, though, is a mixture of flint and freestone rubble, the latter used in quantity. The character of the exterior is uniform in this respect, from the west tower, along the nave, around the large northern chapel, and the chancel. It is evident that at the time of building, there were ample supplies of these materials to hand to be used in consistent proportions throughout the campaign or campaigns of construction. The obvious conclusion is that much of it was reused spoil from the neighbouring priory following its dissolution and dilapidation. That idea is more than supported by the moulded stonework found around the windows, the jambs of the east window and the rear arches of the nave, which you see there, and the chancel arch, which you see on the right. The plain chamfered blocks are used in the tower arch and the jambs of the chancel opening, and they are clearly of one period as they share basic measurements of 44, 22, and 11 centimetres being recurrent, as you'll see from my rather amateurish drawing on the left there. Equally significant are the forms of the window mullions, the rear arch, and the exterior surround of the east window, which all share a common moulding. In addition, there are inescapable signs that elements of the window tracery are recycled to create a pseudo-perpendicular effect. So basically where you've got stones cut square on all sides. You're looking at what I take, and Richard and I take, to be 17th century masonry. Where you're looking down the sides, down the jambs, for example, at the ragged tails of the cut moulded stones, you're looking at reused medieval. And you can see elements of reused cusping in both the east window and the nave windows. But the upper mullions, certainly of the nave windows, and maybe more of them just that in the east window, are apparently 17th century patching. The date of the construction of the building we see now, and just, sorry, I should have said a bit more about the east end there. You can see these large square quoins and the amount of stone used in the buttress immediately to the left of the east wall, and how different it is from the very patchy freestone rubble dotted around in the east wall there. The date of construction of the church is implied by 3 stones inscribed with the date 1638 and the initials of various individuals, perhaps churchwardens. This date is borne out by heraldic shields, of which there are 5, one on the west tower, which is the one on the middle here, for Sir Edward Barkham part, and 2 each for his mother and his wife. They all refer to the Barkham family who had acquired Priory Manor, as it was called, in 1621, the year Edward Barkham Senior was Lord Mayor of London. He died in 1634 and is buried in a grand tomb at Acre, just across the River Nar. His shield does not appear at Acre. That on the tower, as I said, is that of his son, Sir Edward Barkham Jr., after he was created baronet in 1623, hence the red hand of Ulster in the canton top left. So the church is very clearly branded with the heraldry of the Barkham family. There's a view of the interior looking east. If you go down into the chancel and look north, what you see now is a Victorian vestry door and a wall with a series of family memorials for members of the Hammond family. You'll also see to the right of the door a large crack running up the wall. This is where the Victorians filled in the arch of the family chapel, which opened off the north side of the chancel. So we take it that these memorials are moved from the inside of the family chapel and put on this wall as the chapel was converted into a vestry, which is what it is today. One of the largest vestries in Norfolk. So this is its interior. It has no reused stonework. That window is all new build, as it were, and it has a plaster vault. It's an interesting space because it was clearly a family chapel, and it opened up into the chancel, which raises a number of questions about access to it and what the family were claiming by having a family chapel in this location. One of the issues is devotional politics. How far anyone building a new parish church in 1638 was being Laudian, as in right-wing Anglican, mildly puritanical, embracing a new national church, or outright revivalist, wishing for connectivity with a pre-Reformation past. To bring fragments of the Augustinian priory to this new parish church can be seen in these ways and more. So that's what the people in the family chapel would have looked out on. The nice 1638 altar rail and the communion table, which has since had its centre filled in with figured panels, of which there are several more in the church, but that's a later adaptation of the original communion table. There are other remnants of Edward Barkham's family's interventions. One is the extremely plain stone font, and the other is the sole surviving element of the nave seating. The nave was apparently full of such seats when, in Bloomfield's time in the 1720s and 30s. And Bloomfield records that Sir Edward Barkham also built a pulpit and reading desk, but they're long gone. Perhaps especially telling is the mid-13th century figure carving, perhaps of an evangelist, incorporated beside the main nave entrance to the north porch. To us, this suggests deliberate salvage. With so much new and very competent masonry on show, money was not an issue. Sir Edward Barkham, when he died in the 1670s, left a major estate to each of his sons and £37,000 to be split between his 3 daughters, just to give you some idea. So to us, this suggests deliberate salvage. With so much new and very competent masonry on show, money was not an issue. It was not necessary to reuse stones from the priory, but doing so made clear links with the past, continuity as well as reformation. What was at stake here were acceptable religious observance, Christian history, and the status of an aspiring family on the local and national stage. Thank you.
That's good. So that's the technology sorted out. Right, our next speaker is Professor Christopher Wilson, Professor Emeritus at University College London, architectural historian of great distinction. We'll all know his work, or almost all of us will. And Christopher's going to speak to us on this topic, which you see you don't need me to read it out.
Thank you. I'm very pleased to have the definitive version of my title without the red underlining correcting my spelling of Clearstorey. I'm pressing the arrow, but nothing is happening. Thank you. Most of today's speakers will no doubt be considering the process of reusing and asking what that process might tell us about the aims and intentions of the reuser. I intended originally to spend some of my time discussing that aspect, but I decided instead to concentrate entirely on reconstructing the significance of the reused material in its original context. It is obvious that to be able to recognize a portion of a building as something that has been brought from elsewhere requires that one possesses some sense of what is normal for the genre to which the recipient building belongs. And one would have thought that an architectural scholar so exceptionally well-traveled in England as Nicolaus Pevsner would have been struck forcibly by the incongruity of what now serves as the east window of the south chancel aisle of the large perpendicular parish church at Northwich in northern central Cheshire. In fact, this feature is not mentioned at all in the entry on the church in the original 1971 edition of the Buildings of England volume for Cheshire. In the revised edition, published in 2011, the omission is rectified, and we are told that the east window of the southeast chapel is reset and that, quote, it is too big for the space and the wrong way round. The inner side is now outside, end of quote. All of which I agree with. The authors of the revised edition do not venture any suggestions about what the original setting of the window might have been. When I visited Northwich more than 40 years ago, it seemed to me obvious that this window was far more ambitiously conceived than any other feature of the church, and I think I must have suspected that it had been brought from elsewhere, because I certainly realized then that this is essentially a replica of the interior elevation of the upper level of the presbytery of Lichfield Cathedral. This was begun in 1337 to the designs of William Ramsay, King's chief master mason from 1336. I shan't itemize the points of resemblance except to mention the continuous bands of blind tracery quatrefoils that decorate the window reveals at Northwich and Lichfield. None of the other examples of this ultra-rare detail is to be found in a parish church. The comparison shows that quite a few courses of the masonry have been left out when the Northwich stonework was re-erected. So I think both levels of all that masonry were probably much taller originally. My visit to Northwich followed immediately one to the site of Vale Royal Abbey, which is only a couple of miles away. And I would guess that it was because the scanty remains of the monastic church that are still visible there all belong to the late 13th century primary build that it did not occur to me that Vale Royal was the source of the Aeolian window at Northwich. That perception came to me only last year when I found myself having to write something about the new French-style east end that was added onto the Abbey church from 1359 at the expense of the eldest son of Edward III, Edward of Woodstock, aka the Black Prince. That structure is the main focus of my talk today, and I shall come to it shortly. Vale Royal Abbey owed its existence to a vow of Edward I made during a perilous sea crossing in the winter of 1263-4. The choice of location was due to Edward's special connection with Cheshire, for when he was 15 years old, his father had endowed him with the Palatinate lordship of Chester. Edward laid the foundation stone in person in August 1277, and thereafter the works proceeded rapidly. The architect was Walter of Hereford, who was simultaneously in charge of rebuilding the east end of the church of the Benedictine Abbey of Winchcombe, far away in North Gloucestershire. In 1290, for no known reason, Edward ceased to fund the works. At that point, the walls of the choir were complete, and it had probably been roofed but not vaulted, whereas the nave had probably not progressed beyond the outer aisle walls. In what seems to me a highly un-Cistercian spirit, Edward had chosen the name Vale Royal to demonstrate that, quote, no monastery should be more royal in liberties, wealth, and honor, close quote. And what is known about the architecture of his church indicates that it was intended to stand out. The page of church plans in the first volume of the History of the King's Works, published in 1963, which you see here, indicates the exceptional scale even when one mentally subtracts the French-style chevet built by Edward's great-grandson from 1359. The 9 bays of the nave match 2 earlier English Royal Cistercian foundations, his uncle Richard of Cornwall's church at Hales and his grandfather King John's church at Beaulieu. In terms of architectural treatment, the Cistercian exemplar to outdo in the 1270s will have been the church at Tintern, begun in 1269, possibly, but not certainly, under the patronage of Roger Bigod, 5th Earl of Norfolk. And there is much to be said for visualizing Vale Royal as essentially a larger version of Tintern. Tintern's internal height is 67 feet, and the length of the nave bays on the east-west axis is 19 feet, but at Vale Royal, the length of the bays was 24 feet. And if one multiplies the height of Tintern proportionately, it comes out at 87 feet. This is very close to the internal height of Salisbury Cathedral and the nave of Lincoln Cathedral. And in 13th century England, only Westminster Abbey and the nave of York Minster were higher. Concrete evidence still on site that Vale Royal was indeed an exceptional building is provided by several ex situ pier bases, which indicate that the piers themselves incorporated triple full-height responds receiving the vault over the central vessel. I'm talking about this trio of shafts here, which is not matched on the other side. That will have faced into the aisle. This represents a decisive rejection of the long-standing and frequent English tendency to favour curtailed high vault responds, a tendency which is even more apparent in the buildings erected for the Cistercian order. It seems likely that Vale Royal's fully integrated and full-height responds were the choice of Walter of Hereford, and that he was influenced by a building which had nothing of the Cistercian about it. This is the nave built in the 1260s at Lichfield Cathedral, one of the two mother churches of the diocese in which Vale Royal was situated. Edward I's well-deserved reputation as an outstanding architectural patron is validated by the exceptional scale and ambition of Vale Royal. However, what is never said of Edward is that he was also a serial non-completer of major architectural undertakings. I'm afraid I don't have the time to substantiate that point fully, but it is important in relation to what I'm going to say next. It will have been obvious to Edward I's successors that his behaviour in leaving the monks of Vale Royal saddled with a project that they could not hope to complete out of their own resources was iniquitous. In 1290, the accounts were in arrears, and the abbots had to petition repeatedly to get most of that money, but not all of it, and a bequest of Queen Eleanor of Castile was never fully paid. Edward II gave around £240, and it had evidently been possible to continue the works very slowly, for in 1330 the monks entered their new but still unvaulted church. In 1353, the 23-year-old Black Prince, who was Earl of Chester as well as Prince of Wales and Duke of Aquitaine, seems to have decided to get the work back onto a reasonable footing, for in that year he promised to pay 500 marks over 4 years. In 1358, he visited the abbey and promised another 500 marks. Significant though those sums were, they did not result in the completion of Edward I's church before the 12th of August, 1359, when the prince and the abbey jointly contracted with a master mason named William of Helpston, who was to build 12 new radiating chapels at the east end of the church, following the pattern provided by a single already completed chapel. The cost was to be £860 to be paid in instalments, and from another source we learn that the anticipated building time was around 6.5 or 7 years. On the 19th of October 1360, only 14 months after the contract was entered into, disaster struck, and a great gale blew down the whole of the central vessel of the nave. It is hard to believe that it was a coincidence that this calamity followed so soon after the start of work on the new Cheshire. And if the east wall of Edward III's church had been taken down, that could help to explain how a powerful wind could have torn through the church and wreaked such havoc. The lack of vaulting providing vertical loading might well have been a further factor. No patron, royal or otherwise, offered to rebuild the nave. The site of the church was excavated in 1958 and 1958, and despite heavy robbing of the footings, most of the plan of both phases of the Abbey church was recovered. The partly conjectural reconstruction of the plan of the Cheshire is on solid ground in showing that the sides of the main apse showing the sides of the main apse only about 9 feet wide from centre to centre, clearly too narrow to accommodate the exactly 12-foot wide window at Northwich. However, the westernmost piers ought in this plan to have been shown slightly further west and aligned with the easternmost aisle buttresses of the late 13th century choir, and it is in the north or south side of the Clearstorey of the larger westernmost bay that the Northwich stonework would have fitted comfortably. I should say it's extremely common to have the western bays of an apse longer than all the others. The 1958 excavation was undertaken to inform the account of the building of the Abbey that is contained in the first volume of the History of the King's Works. That text is an excellent piece of research, but it did not ask what happened after the building of the Black Prince's circuit of radiating chapels. It is most likely, surely, that the vault of the ambulatory and the central vessel were intended to be paid for by the Abbey together with outside help. There is no indication in what survives of the Abbey's records to indicate who those helpers might have been, and the only clue comes from a source not mentioned in the History of the King's Works, the record generated by the celebrated dispute which arose in the 1380s because the same coat of arms was found to be in use by the Scroop family of Yorkshire and the Grosvenor family of Cheshire. Those records include the testimony of the Abbot of Vale Royal that the arms of Sir Robert Grosvenor were to be seen on the walls of the church. It's as vague as that, unfortunately. The clear implication is that the arms in question were carved in stone, and the abbot's testimony readily evokes a heraldic scheme resembling those on the walls of the nave aisles of Westminster Abbey and on the main walls of the nave of York Minster. In the central vessel of the chevet at Vale Royal, there were 14 spandrels available, and we can probably assume that the spandrels of the axial bay would have contained the arms of Edward III and the Black Prince. Asking what other arms might have been present takes us to the heart of the question of the intended purpose behind the decision to add a new chevet from 1359. The people to whom the abbot was most likely to have turned for subventions were the heads of the leading local landed families. In the mid-14th century, Cheshire was no ordinary locality, as it produced a disproportionately large numbers of soldiers of all ranks for the English armies fighting in France from the mid-1340s onwards. The reason why this should have been so, apart from the fact that the Black Prince was Earl of Chester, cannot be entered into now, and I shall do no more than echo the view of several historians that Cheshire was an exceptionally militarized society. I can think of many war captains from Cheshire who distinguished themselves, and perhaps most relevantly, who also greatly enriched themselves, serving under the Black Prince as Duke of Aquitaine and from 1362 as Prince of Aquitaine. I do not have the time to mention any of them individually, and I must content myself with noting that there were plenty of candidates for commemoration at Vale Royal, and there must have been a good chance the heraldic scheme to which Grosvenor's arms belonged extended beyond the spandrels of the main arcades to the walls of the 13 radiating chapels. The essential point is that the English lands in southwest France had been enormously expanded following the Battle of Poitiers in 1356, which was the Black Prince's victory. And this expansion was meant to be made permanent by the Treaty of Bretigny, concluded in 1360. This map enables one to see the dramatic contrast between the core of Aquitaine, marked here as Guyenne on the Atlantic coast next to Bordeaux, and the vastly larger area under English control in the late 1350s and early 1360s, Poitou and everything south of it, except Languedoc. At that moment, it will doubtless have seemed that God favored the English. And though no one has ever asked why the Black Prince chose to elaborate the architecture of Vale Royal Abbey in 1359, I do not think there can be much doubt that the aim was to produce a thank offering from him and from some of the many captains who hailed from Cheshire. A less ambitious and less interesting hypothesis would be to suppose that the prince was doing no more than helping the abbey to engage in an architectural catching up exercise in relation to the Cistercian Abbey of Hales, a royal foundation whose church had had a French-style chevet grafted onto it in the 1270s. Not the least satisfying aspect of attributing the Northwich stonework to the Clearstorey of Vale Royal's chevet is that it enables us for the first time to gain a glimpse of what must have been a distinguished building and a highly unusual one in the context of mid-14th century English great church architecture. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christopher. Our next paper is to be delivered by Ron Baxter, who is known to many of us here for his work on the corpus of Romanesque sculpture, Britain and Ireland, and particularly in that connection, close to Jill. And of course, Ron has also done a lot of other work on Reading Abbey and Baxter and things like that. Ron.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. This is the south doorway of Thurleton Church in Norfolk. Just to tell you what you're looking at, really. The corpus of Romanesque sculpture in Britain and Ireland officially began in 1988, when George Janetsky, who had by then retired from the Courtauld Institute, and his good friend Neil Stratford, the keeper of medieval and later antiquities at the British Museum, approached the British Academy with a proposal. Their idea was to record all the stone sculpture produced in the British Isles between 1066 and 1200. That still survives. Volunteer field workers would be used, and they would identify and visit the sites, record and photograph the sculpture, and submit everything to an editor. A field worker was found for Scotland, the late Neil Cameron, and one for Wales, the late Kay Watson. A team was assembled for Ireland, headed by Professor Roger Stalley of Trinity College, Dublin. And for England, George had the idea that some of his former postgraduate students could cover it on a county-by-county basis. The materials usually found in parish churches, cathedrals, former abbeys, castles, but also less likely spots like this water fountain, or garden features, as here, where, not knowing what else to do with the pile of carved stones, an early 20th century keeper of the Privy Purse produced this, which still remains in the Moat Gardens, Windsor Castle. Elsewhere, we really don't know how Romanesque sculpture ended up where it is. To give you some idea of the size of the task we faced, we now estimate a total of 5,462 sites with some sort of Romanesque sculpture. And we're pretty liberal about what we call Romanesque sculpture. Of these 5,000 odd, 281 are in Ireland, 290 in Wales, and 173 in Scotland, with the remainder, 4,697, being English sites. To put it another way, a good-sized English county, like Norfolk, contains as many sites with Romanesque sculpture as the whole of Scotland. As I say, that's the official story, as recorded in the minutes. But in fact, Norfolk was begun by Jill Franklin rather earlier than the official start date of the project. Jill told me that George contacted her as early as 1983 5 years before the project was funded. And her site visits and photography were carried out between 1984 and 1991 as a kind of pilot project. What this meant, of course, if you think about it, is that Jill's research was done before we had the faintest idea of how it was to be disseminated. Computing was in a primitive state, and there was no World Wide Web. However, George had a strategy. He would recruit his students from 40 years of teaching at the Courtauld and set them to work as volunteers in the areas they'd covered for their MAs or PhDs, or simply where they lived. They would collect the information on file cards. He was a great lover of file cards. And take photographs and measurements, then send them to an editor who'd sort everything out. Such was his personal charm that his student volunteers were keen to come on board. He wouldn't need much money, he thought, just travelling expenses and film and processing costs. So he went to the British Academy with Neil, and they gave him £500 to kick things off. That was how things worked in 1988. They also suggested that the future of the project might lie in computing rather than file cards. At first, we thought in terms of CD-ROMs. They seemed to be getting bigger and would hold much more than books could, and were more searchable. I've been looking back at my own work, and I discovered that I had a computer back then. There's a picture of it. An Amstrad PC 1512, one of the most popular models on the market, released in 1986 at a retail price of £499. Here it is, no hard drive, but 2 5¼ floppy drives. One for the program you wanted to use, and the other for your documents, and each capable of holding a staggering 360 kilobytes of data, about as much as a good-sized single image. There was no World Wide Web, of course, but Tim Berners-Lee was working on it at CERN in Switzerland. And by 1991-2, just 3 years later, the possibilities had begun to become clear. And the rapid growth of the web that would transform so many aspects of our home and working lives during the 1990s began. Our website went online with just 70 Berkshire sites in 2001. This is what the homepage looked like, which showed us at least that it was a mistake to use coloured letters on a black background. At this point, we were still using 35mm film, which we scanned to produce image files. Colour film was seen as unstable, and so most of our early images was black and white. Also, I felt that there was a widespread mistrust of colour among art historians. It was seen as suitable for holiday snaps, but not for serious work. The first commercially available digital camera didn't appear until 1991. But the resolution wasn't great, and it was a very expensive proposition at $1,000. It wasn't until 2003 that digital cameras first outsold analog cameras in this country. And in that year, the corpus of Romanesque sculpture began using them to produce decent resolution images in colour. The only other major change to our system since then is that our field workers now put their own site reports onto a commercial web-based database where they're checked by editors before going online, pretty much as George envisaged. Our early field workers, therefore, have had to come to terms with massive changes to the corpus since it began. Our discipline has become a digital one, calling for new skills that George Janetsky could not have imagined when he kicked it all off. Digital training has taken on a major role, and Jill's husband, Bob, has been generous in making the computer facilities at Allies and Morrison available to us for training new field workers and editors. What I plan to do with the rest of my time is to home in on field work in Norfolk. It's a particularly rich county for Romanesque buildings, with a Romanesque cathedral, important monastic houses surviving at Castle Acre, Binham and Windham, and castles with Romanesque sculpture at Norwich and Castle Riding. That's actually the map from our website. A workshop producing some 20 elaborate doorways has been identified in the southeast of the county, with fine examples at Hales, Heckingham, Shedgrave and Thwaite. And this is just the kind of thing that George wanted the corpus for, so that you could get all the material in front of you at the same time and identify workshops, for example. There are important fonts at Fincham, Burnham Deepdale, Sherborne and elsewhere in the county, providing evidence for specialist workshops within the county. Of course, it's not a county where any freestones suitable for sculpture is quarried. Norwich Cathedral was built of Caen and Barnack limestone, and while most lesser churches were built of flint, quarried from the local chalk beds, stone for high quality sculpture always had to be imported into the county, largely from Ancaster, Barnack and Clipsham at some cost. Because Jill Franklin started her work so early on, she felt obliged to revisit much of it to improve coverage and add coloured general views to liven up her site entries. All of us had to do this because when the project first began, nobody had any idea of what an attractive website should look like. We thought in terms of scholarly books, which at that time usually had the text separated from the grey illustrations lumped together at the back. It's been a learning process for us all, and we are fortunate to have had Jill's invaluable contribution as an enthusiastic field worker and in later years, a trustee of our project. Thanks for listening.
Thank you very much.
Yes, I'm not absolutely confident that won't slip. Marvellous to see that Amstrad and to be reminded that reuse probably is not always a good idea. Producing the architecture of Norman England, helping Eric with that book. I remember having to, as it were, shuffle images on packs of floppy disks. And anyway, one of the great pleasures of Jill's work is that she pushed across boundaries. She thought about things in ways which previously we had not. And in picking this topic, I have therefore, as it were, started on something in which I have been interested, but I don't really know what I'm talking about. In picking this, I've opened up vast tracts of my ignorance, which is interesting itself, because as a post-conquest architectural historian, things before seem to occupy, I can see Richard Jem looking very skeptical. Things before 1066 seem slightly terra incognita. Therefore, when I was, as it were, putting this together, putting my abstracts together and picking a title, I grossly underestimated how much there would be for me to say. This then is about Romsey and more or less Romsey alone. But it would have been a great distortion to ignore the fact that such a large corpus of pre-conquest sculpture seems to survive in Romanesque and indeed, and I shan't be dealing with this as much as I should, later contexts. Anyway, in engaging with this, which is, as I said, interested me for some years in an uninformed way, it's been a real pleasure, a slightly baffling one, and it's felt like a passing gift from Jill. Right, as I said, I can't deal with all the late Anglo-Saxon crucifixion images because the corpus of such images, large and small, seems to number over 20. Here is a selection of those which are not terribly far from Romsey. Here we have two on the porch at Langford. Here we have one now in the outer face or on the aisle wall at Woolcombe, above the arcade, but probably originally on an outer wall. Here we have the famous image from Braymore, and here from Hadburn Worthy. They come, as you can see, in a great variety of types. The ghost of this figure at Braymore is remarkably tortured for its date. I guess that's true of this one at Langford as well. But also we find, and again at Langford, upright figures fully robed. The types are relatively well studied in an Anglo-Saxon context. Their survival, on the other hand, is not, and it continues to surprise me. The number of these which are in situ is rather limited. And I'm, as it were, shooting myself in the foot by showing you an instance where there may not have been a crucifixion, although that is probably still the most likely interpretation of what's missing between these two angels at Bradford-on-Avon, although a Christ in Majesty is also possible by analogy with Nether Wallop. I suppose for many people, the default assumption might be that the place for a stone crucifix would be above the space going into the altar, which is the case here. But at Headbourne Worthy, which I'm showing you here, and at Woolcombe, which I showed you earlier, as you can see, they are over a doorway. And at Headbourne Worthy, this is over the west door. At Woolcombe, this would have been over a south doorway, often important in Anglo-Saxon churches. And I've lost my place. The space at Headbourne Worthy has been adapted. You can just about see the scar here in a later period in order to provide a more private space, chapel raised in front of the crucifix. And this seems to be the case also, this is the case also at Braymore, where the crucifix seems to have been moved to its current position in the later Middle Ages, in association perhaps with that chapel. In any case, this association with doors is interesting because my crucifixion finds itself by a door. And Helen Gittos, who I should thank for talking this over with me, has pointed out how much Anglo-Saxon processional and other liturgical practice involves doorways, and sometimes indeed involved crosses by doorways. The other images which have found themselves by doors on later buildings, and the porch at Langford is an example, my thanks to John Wand for sharing his research. He reckons it had an intermediate stage in the interior of the church before being moved onto the late medieval porch, is perhaps also associated with, sorry, it was a very long sentence. The position by a door is also perhaps associated with the obvious continuing symbolism of Christ as the door. So here we are looking at the west wall of the transept of Romsey Abbey, a very sumptuous building. And here is the east door in the nave, now known as the abbess's door. The archaeology of the site is somewhat muddy. I'm showing you, however, that the earlier church, much of which has been uncovered, some of which has not, had this south porticus or transept, which projected slightly underneath, outside the line of the nave, and indeed underneath a staircase, which was original to the building of the Anglo-Norman church, and the cross is here. So you have to imagine that there's a staircase coming down here. This suggests that the sculpture may not have moved very far. An original position on that transept of the Anglo-Saxon church might seem plausible, or perhaps by a doorway. The published archaeology of this area of the nave, one version does have spurs for arches around the central space, forming a kind of crossing. Others, most others, do not. If it came from this spot, it also perhaps suggests that the time between dismounting and remounting the crucifix was not very long. I suppose in one view, there may not be much of a question here. A factor would surely be that disposing of the body of Christ, the image of the Christ, would not be something to be taken lightly. And an example of preservation, if we follow the proposal of Richard Marks, is the Anglo-Norman South Cherney head and foot, which he argued were reverently immured during expansion of the church and its replacement by a new crucifix. We know of large quantities of pre-Romanesque, pre-conquest sculpture turning up in the documentary record of the 12th and later centuries. Indeed, Romsey provides us with an example of this, a probably older, I reckon my crucifix is from around 1000, I should say, a probably older panel, which is now in the southeast chapel of the church. The documentary records quite often concern post-conquest depredation of these objects. So the Reformation isn't to blame for the destruction of all of them, even if we have very little evidence of it now. The advantage for these stone crucifixes is, of course, that they had no monetary value. They could not be stripped and sold or carted off very easily. But it's still tantalizing to think of the new great post-conquest churches being populated by much remaining Anglo-Saxon sculpture, as well as other sorts of fittings. The best place to look for these sorts of things now, for our period, that is to say, the early part of the 11th century or the late 10th, is probably Germany, where they often come with some sort of story attached. Thus, I am showing you one of the glories of Cologne Cathedral on the right here, the so-called Gero cross, named for the Archbishop patron. And for reasons of the V-folds on the perineum here, and the slightly swollen bellies you can see here, I would probably place, therefore, the Romsey sculpture at an approximately similar date, which is to say, somewhere around the year 1000. My cross, sorry, for some reason when I read through this, I always skip this paragraph. I'm not quite sure what's wrong with my eyes. The reason for reusing this cross rather than having a new one carved, and one shouldn't underestimate the difficulty of dismounting and resetting the cross, may have been, I suppose, aesthetic, whatever that means. Romsey Abbey is generally considered to have been rebuilt from the 1120s, although the dating grounds are not very secure. And it is a sumptuous building, one of the most elaborate of Romanesque great churches. But the figure sculpture that one finds within it is not exactly of the highest quality. It's assigned to a man called Robert. The reason the cross that we have in hand here eventually found itself in the cloister, although the cloister wasn't complete until the late 13th century and may not even have been begun at an early date. We might imagine that a cloister in the position, as it were, butting up against the transept and along the walls of the nave was always the plan. And there are some signs that there was a bench along here, but there are also an amusing range of roof scars you can see here and here, and this post-dissolution thing presumably is a porch, and corbels at heights which do not correspond on the west wall of the transept and on the aisle of the nave. It has been suggested, indeed, that the cloister could have been slightly to the west of all this, and this basically formed a passage, but the bench, or the relics of the bench, seems to say otherwise. Large-scale crucifixions in a cloister, as opposed to the chapter house, are vanishingly rare, and my thanks to our international man of mystery, John McNeill, for this sole example that I've managed to locate, which is from Sant Pere de Rhodes in Catalonia. And this reminds us that we should not be too narrowly functional in interpreting Romsey. Paint is also a possibility, although obviously a bit less durable, rather than facing the problem of transplanting the stones from one building to another. Thinking of function, the cross now has a lockable cupboard next to it, you can see here, although I wouldn't swear that is primary to this wall. And that cupboard seems to have been used for a lamp. So the bottom picture here is looking up at the top of the cupboard, where you can see a smoky chimney, and that is showing this piece of stone here with two vents for the smoke to emerge. In other words, a lamp was placed by the cross. In terms of the use of the cross by the community, one might postulate some continuation of Anglo-Saxon practice. And rituals for Candlemas and Palm Sunday both seem to have involved crosses by doors. These would have been rather scaled back within the context of the interior of a nunnery, but there's no reason to imagine that there weren't, as it were, processes by which the nuns, at least in part, celebrated these things. The cross is awkwardly sited and very close to the stairs. I should probably see if I can find, yes, and very close to the stairs. And they were always in the position which we find them in now. The cupboard, the lamp cupboard, is also quite low, though I suppose it could possibly be used for a reading by a nun sitting on the bench. The placing, however, of the cross by a doorway must, in general, in vague terms, have been informed by the habit, the Anglo-Saxon habit, of placing crucifixions by the door, as well as, perhaps, by its former position. No day talking about reuse would be complete without the Herriman and Ida cross, it says here. In fact, I rather imagined this image would turn up in every single paper, which tells you I don't get out enough. This was made for the aristocratic nunnery of St. Mariam Capitol in Cologne in around 1040. The blue head of Christ, which you can see here, is probably a Roman imperial woman. Most people I have spoken to favor Livia, although they're never by any means certain. Venus is a possibility. And the object is worth showing you, not just for this instance of reuse. Sorry, you don't like the red dot on Livia's head? It's in a, okay, sorry, yeah, fine. It's the strangest heckle I think I'll ever have. Where was I? It's also worth showing because on the reverse, you can see the image of the patrons, Herriman, the Archbishop of Cologne, and his sister Ida at the foot of the Virgin Mary. And Ida is, as it were, touching reverently the foot of the Virgin. Establishing use through wear is very hard at this long distance in time. And the Romsey Christ is in a bad way. If you want to pay him a visit, I would go this week, because when I was there, this is about a week ago, this was very fresh and flakes were on the ground in front of the cross, and they are thinking rather urgently about a new structure, a new building to go round him, if it's not overly familiar to call him him. Anyway, where was I? That aside, the Christ has, it's a very well-modeled piece, but he has very flat feet. And this may perhaps be the result of generations of nuns touching or kissing the feet on the way into the church, rather like Ida in the last image. Thus, the veneration of the image could have been more individual, perhaps, than communal. It may also be the case at Romsey that there was a link to the patron, or that it was a way of connecting to the illustrious history of the nunnery. As an institution, it seems to have been founded in the early 10th century, and then refounded in the 960s with extensive royal support. There were two saints of royal or aristocratic blood were venerated there, Ethelfleda and Morwenna, and it housed the burial of an atheling, Edmund, the son of King Edgar, who died in 971. This could, although we can't say, have been regarded as, for example, the cross of St. Morwenna, by analogy with the Garrow cross. There seems to have been a continued presence of Anglo-Saxon royal and aristocratic figures at Romsey, including perhaps the future Queen of Henry I, Matilda. And in the 1090s, there were the beginnings of a rather enigmatic cult, said to be around the tomb of a rebel against the conqueror, which was suppressed by Archbishop Anselm. The crucifix then may have served also as the focus of collective and individual memory in the community, which, however, continued to be patronized and visited by the Norman rulers. Who the abbess was at the point when the cross was re-erected is far from clear, though the house was headed by noble Anglo-Saxon women well after the conquest. Nostalgia has, of course, a political edge, and anti-Norman feeling, so to speak, sees to have persisted even amongst relatively well-placed figures well after the conquest. William of Malmesbury's comments are roughly contemporary with the replacement of the cross and may have been more widely felt than now we can know. It would certainly be a consolation in our distress if we could see in our oppressors some distinction in learning, some holiness of character, some excellence of lineage superior to our own. Solace in calamity would be provided by the worth of those inflicting calamities. For we could then tell ourselves that they are wiser than we, that they display right judgment when they reproach us for our mistakes. But in fact, they are themselves of low birth, base in character, and quite without literary knowledge. Hello, Rishi Sunak. There is something very self-conscious about the integration of the cross into the walling. It's been carefully coursed around in order that it fits with the building. But also it is positioned so that the Supperdoneum coordinates well with the chamfered course above the plinth around the whole building. Of course, the plinth is broken in the relevant point, but you can just about see it disappearing into the distance here, and it runs around the whole of the exterior of the church. It occurred to me at one point that it was possible that the church was built from this point outwards. In other words, that the Christ almost was where they started building the outer envelope of the church. But this is almost certainly fantasy, although I'm certainly happy if someone wants to give me the money to sit there for 3 months looking at stone coursing to prove myself wrong. In any case, it anchors the figure of Christ to the foundations of the church, or better, it makes Christ the sure foundation of the church. The flat head and hole, I may have a better hole picture. Yes, there's a better hole picture. The flat head and hole, which you can see on the head of Christ, suggest that he once had a crown on top of the flat head anchored into the little drilled hole. As a type of Christ, crowned Christs are much more familiar in England, particularly in Anglo-Saxon England, than they are in the France of the early 12th century. Crowns indeed feature in a couple of anecdotes concerning Anglo-Saxon figures of Christ, presumably wooden and gold covered. Hereward failed during his rebellion to steal the large crucifix from Peterborough and had to content himself only with the crown. And Canute, in the well-known anecdote, first recorded again around the time the Romsey Cross was re-erected, gave his crown to the image of Christ in Winchester Cathedral after he had failed to stop the tide. Thus, the image of the crowned Christ is an appropriate one for a nunnery with a rich royal history. The Romsey Rood then allows us to think and speculate on a variety of topics, on the excellence of late Anglo-Saxon carving and the rituals that spurred their creation, on the continuation of that culture after the conquest, and the life, devotional and otherwise, of the women in the nunnery. In accounting for the reuse of the crucifixion at Romsey, these are by no means mutually exclusive, but remain grounds for speculation. Thank you.
Very much indeed, Richard. So, unfortunately, Stephen Hayward is not here to give a talk. And so that's the end of our session between lunch and tea. We've got plenty of time for questions, though. So, I mean, last time the speakers came up to the front, and I suppose that's the best thing to do. People were standing around like school children waiting for chastisement. I don't know if people feel comfortable doing that, but there are plenty of seats up here anyway. And thanks, Ron. So if we, I don't know where that roving microphone is. Where? Oh, that is. Oh, it's on too. Thank you very much. So Susan's got the roving microphone, and I'll ask for questions now, please, from the audience. Straight away, Jackie Hall. Oh, there's Neil Strafford.
Hello, Richard. Where are you? Oh, you're there. Yes, I know it's a vexed question, but the chronology of the Christ at Romsey, the date.
The chronology of the Christ at Romsey, the date.
Yes.
I mean,
yes. We've heard George Donetsky's name since lunch today on several occasions, and I know that George wouldn't have liked your date at all. He was much in favour of a Carolingian date. He thought it was a representative of the Carolingian Renaissance in England, and I think he even went so far as to suggest that perhaps it hadn't been carved by an Englishman. The fundamental reason that he gave, I'm only really quoting George, was that, of course, your date, the Gero date, is contemporary with the revival of the Winchester manuscripts in exactly this part of England. And there's nothing whatsoever of that artistic moment in this Christ. But I realize that this is a very, very, very difficult one. I'm not for a second pretending otherwise.
I spent a deal of time, because you've mentioned this to me before, Neil, chewing on this, one can find other more early 11th century parallels for the folds here. I'm never entirely sure that I should imagine, I'm looking at Ron for him to kind of stand behind me in a supportive fashion, that just because you've got fluttering hems in manuscripts, you're therefore necessarily going to get fluttering hems on your sculptures, although Headbourne Worthy does. Yes, Headbourne Worthy does. But there are a couple of things, including the crown, including the descending hand God, and including the belly, which are very much sort of our period rather than of the 9th century. Also, of course, the church doesn't seem to have been founded until 907. I mean, that's the date that's generally given. So a 9th century date doesn't seem terribly likely if there is no church. It also occurred to me that it may have come from somewhere entirely different, like Winchester, but I'm no longer particularly happy with that thought. I'm sorry, that was a rather long, vague, waffly. I hate the idea of disagreeing with George Zarneczky, but there you are.
Yes, you'll have a nightmare of some sort tonight.
Well, I was hoping you might continue to stand there, actually, Richard. Is it possible to say anything about the beard? Is it patterned, or is the weathering such that you can't really say anything about it?
Where is my beard shots? Come on. There we are. It's presumably largely simplified through the effect of wearing. And I don't think there's anything necessarily terribly remarkable about it. I wonder, I suppose, whether the hair, when it was less worn, wasn't also slightly kind of braidy. And in that case, mind your eyes, everyone. Come on, where are you? In that case, not wholly dissimilar to what you've got with the kind of rat's tail hair of Gero. And of course, this part of England and that part of Germany are quite closely culturally aligned, and through various forms of marriage. At one stage, I was trying to work out how Herriman and Ida, wherever they've gone, Herriman and Ida and Ethelfleda were related, and then realized it was all stepchildren and couldn't, but the royal families intermarried. There, that's easily the best photograph of the afternoon, isn't it?
No, it's not. Okay, more questions. Lindy, I saw Lindy first and then Paul.
Thank you all very much. This is a question really from ignorance for Sandy. The sort of potential Laudian approach of sort of recycling medieval material. I wondered how far, what's the overlap between Laudianism and antiquarianism, or is that slightly later 17th century? I mean, one thinks of Dugdale as being in whatever it is.
You're asking the wrong person. I'm way out of my comfort zone here. I'm having looked at a few other churches that are potentially of this period. This one does seem to be distinctive. And you could say it might be opportunistic. And for the most part, I think it's fairly neutral. I didn't say that Sir Edward Barkham Bart lived on into the 1670s, and for most of the 1650s was High Sheriff of Norfolk, so through the Commonwealth. But I suspect he was quite a vicar of Bray in his own way, and would probably trim with the wind. So whether this church, in offering those alternatives, I was really asking for your help
to see if any of you saw anything that might distinctively point Richard and me in the direction of a particular religious ideology. But my suspicion is that the answer is it doesn't, and that he is doing what he thinks will be widely acceptable and not offensive to anybody much. I don't know if that answers the question.
Another one for Sandy. Sandy, I was intrigued by your final image.
Yes.
Mid-13th century male figure.
Yeah.
Who is he and where do you think he comes from?
Well, yeah. So I speculated that it might be an evangelist because there are hints that there's a desk or lectern to one side, and there seems to be a spare leg at the bottom. And I wondered if it might be St. John's eagle. But on the other hand, he's not dressed like an evangelist. So I was, last slide, yep. So, I mean, is that a book or something behind his right hand? And what's this thing? Sorry, let me get the cursor. Roo, was a mistake. Sorry. Yeah, okay. Was a mistake. So, yeah. I don't understand what this is. I'm assuming that's one book, that's the other book. Don't know what that is. Well, that's quite one. But why is he dressed just in, sorry.
Oh, it's got very hermetic.
Why is he dressed just in a tunic if he's an evangelist? And if, as Richard was suggesting, and I thought, that might be an eagle at his feet. And what's the blob out over his knee? Is that a writing desk?
What size is it?
About a foot high.
Anyway, I think in cases like this, the chair has to maintain discipline. People can send a postcard to Richard, Halsey, and Sandy about what they think it is. I had a question for Sandy quickly. That's on a point of method. You said, Sandy, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, that the fact that this 17th century gent was so rich showed that he didn't need to use stones from the priory. But of course, just because someone's got a lot of money doesn't mean they want to spend it. And no, I think this is a point for art historians in general, you know, it can't be this book or whatever it is can't have been a product of X's patronage because X was really wealthy and this isn't very good quality. I mean, the Heslop prayer book would be an example. I just wonder if that is a suitable explanation. I mean, it's only contributing it.
My view is coloured by, as much as anything, by the crenellations around the building, which are big slabs of finely cut ashlar that just never stop. They go on and on and on. There are other ways of doing battlements and incorporating nicely cut shields in them that don't involve importing big slabs of stone. Richard Halsey is puzzled by the stone and he thinks it might be Kentish. He knows a lot about Lincolnshire, Northamptonshire sort of stone, does Richard Halsey, and it simply isn't that stuff. And because Edward Barkham Sr. was Lord Mayor of London,
and because of various bits of church rebuilding going on in London in the 1630s, two of which implicate a man called Edmund Kinsman, who was a master of the Masons Guild in London in 1635. That London connection, Richard thinks, may explain. So we'd not only be dealing with an awful lot of unnecessarily posh stone, but instead of doing the obvious thing, which is to bring it across the Wash and up the River Nar, you've got to get it from London, either by cart or round the coast. So when I say money, no object, there are various aspects of the church which indicate, like the fact that the nave was apparently fully pewed, with pews like the single survivor that I showed you. I mean, there are some oddities, like why a new font? The old parish church must have had a font.
Thanks. Other questions, please? Yes, down the back, diagonally opposite. Thanks, Susan.
Once again, this is for Sandy. I was just wondering, because you mentioned about the Chapel of St. Nicholas.
Yes.
Have you considered any methods you might try and use to find the chapel at some point?
Well, part of the issue is that it's private land, so it's very difficult to, I mean, the people who did field walking and produced the articles in Norfolk Archaeology in 2003 and 2004 were given access, and humps and bumps in the ground were very carefully charted. And if I go back to there, you'll see the fruits of their work, and you'll see all the banks and ditches quite lovingly recorded, and no suitable lump or bump was discovered for the Chapel of St. Nicholas. Doesn't mean it's not there somewhere. So we're undecided, as you'll have gathered, whether it could have been in the north transept, maybe with a door straight into the cemetery, or whether it's a freestanding building in the cemetery. And there's a man called William of Westacre, who was Archdeacon of Norfolk from 1407 to 1418, who left 20 shillings to the chapel of St. Peter, another 20 shillings to the chapel of St. Thomas Becket, and another 20 shillings to the chapel of St. Nicholas, and absolutely nothing to the parish church, which suggests that these are three self-standing similar structures, rather than that one of them is part of the parish church. But beyond that, and the possibility, I mean, there'll be people here who will know whether St. Nicholas is an appropriate dedication for a cemetery chapel. It's not something I've looked into.
Yes, Kate Davey.
Thank you. If I'm allowed a Gothic question, please, Christopher. Christopher, could I ask you a bit more about Lichfield Nave and the connection with Vale Royal, whether you think maybe that the same workshop moved from Lichfield Nave, which seems to have stopped before it rounded the west front corner, and there was a break, maybe Edward I took the workers to Vale Royal?
Well, as you know very well, it's a very poorly documented building, and where the patronage is coming from is deeply unclear, basically. Nobody has agreed about it. I mean, you've researched it, I know, and I'm not abreast of your researches, I freely admit. It's a building which is often bracketed by architectural historians, and it's an obvious thing to do as a, part of the post-Westminster period. But when you look at those buildings in detail, they're all very different. You know, the Angel Choir doesn't look like Lichfield. Neither of those looks like the North Transept of Hereford. You know, it's pick and mix, really. But that to me is actually the most sophisticated building of the three. And it has certain things going on in it which show that it's detailed, very, very detailed knowledge of mid-13th century French and possibly even German Renaissance sources. It's an exceptional building. I don't get any sense of that at Lincoln, for example. You know, I mean, Lincoln is a mixture of Lincoln and Westminster. The recipe is fairly obvious. But Lichfield has, again, you may have got all the answers to this. I simply don't know. But Lichfield is, in terms of the existing literature, a very, you know, very understudied building. But it does do this one thing which not even Westminster Abbey does, which is to have shafts that start on the ground and just go all the way up, that would look perfectly at home in Saint-Denis. And very, very few English architects were willing to do that. And you know, those are really the only two buildings in the region, Vale Royal, which you can tell from the bases, and Lichfield, which mercifully is still standing. The only two buildings that do that. So it's not an obvious building to look at when commissioned to design a Cistercian Abbey church, but then, you know, architects tend generally to make the most of their opportunities, and Edward I, in generous mode, is a patron worth having, really. Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else? Another question? John, were you going to ask something? I see you and David, your heads together. No. Jackie Hall, then. Jackie.
I'd also like to thank all the speakers for a really fantastic session. And I thought I'd go back to the feet, perhaps to finish off.
Hold a bit closer.
To go back to the feet to finish off. You're probably not aware, Richard, that there's a pair of feet now missing but photographed that pretty much like the Romsey feet from Peterborough Abbey. And so you might look at them because they're not so worn. So you can see how worn your feet are in comparison. But they're also, and thank you for reminding me about that reference from Richard Marx, they're also, reverently or not, but they're immured in the 12th century building. So
just the feet?
Just the feet.
And do they look as if they're worn feet?
Not specially worn.
Oh, okay.
No.
It's just you see feet, you want to talk about feet. Yeah, sure. We all feel like that sometimes.
Golly, what an intractable issue. I think we'll end there, folks. We've got about 3 minutes till the end of the session, but so if we could just thank the speakers again, please.
That was Nora Courtney. And we happened to meet at my very first BAA conference, which was at Westminster. So, and I hear that one of our speakers was also recruited, but by Jill. So I'll leave that until later. Being a field worker means that I was designated sites in Pevsner's North and West Kent, which includes contributing an item on Lesnes Abbey, as well as Surrey. So I'm following in the footsteps of Sabrina Harcourt-Smith, who sends her sincerest apologies that she is unable to be with us today. In addition, I will send her. In addition, I was nudged by Nora into becoming treasurer, which meant that I very quickly became a member of the management board of the Corpus. And that was how I met Jill. Jill, I think, has become, Jill, as I think has become apparent today, had Crisby probably written on her heart. When I met her, she held the role on the management board of leading the editorial team, those people who guard the quality of entries onto the database. Many times scholarly entries, sometimes not quite, raw material from field workers, which requires turning it into knowledgeable and readable entries, offering a clear snapshot of a particular Romanesque site. Jill was passionate about the quality of entries and really set the benchmark of the database today. Oh, sorry. In addition, she ensured that there was a proper legal framework for both field workers and editors to work with. Today, as Ron mentioned, there are over 5,000 sites of containing Romanesque sculpture on the database, although not all are filled. 60% of sites have been, more than 60% of sites have been completed. As we heard, Jill was responsible for researching some 200 sites in Norfolk, which really is quite such a rich site, a rich county rather, and something I know which she did with Bob as photographer and family in tow. Unfortunately, her untimely death means that there is much still to complete, and Bob and his family have kindly offered to support a student to complete this work, for which the Corpus is so grateful. Thank you very much, Bob. So just to finish, Jill was one of the most stylish people whom I have ever known. Some of you will know what I mean by that. She would have been so thrilled today to see so many guests in the audience who have been or are field workers, members of the management board, trustees of the charity, expert editors, and supporters. Thank you so much for all the support you provide. Now, to introduce our first speaker, who is Professor Emeritus, I checked that, Lindy Grant, who is best known, she's at the University of Reading, and second set of notes. She has been a past president of the British Archaeological Association. She's best known for her work on Blanche of Castile, Eleanor of Aquitaine, and Abbot Suger, of who she's going to talk about this afternoon. Thank you very much. Can you all hear me? First of all, I'd like to thank Rose and Sandy and Bob for putting together this conference in Jill's memory and to celebrate Jill. And it's been a very wonderful conference so far. I first met Jill in 1980 on the summer school to Western France. And at that stage, she was working on the Romanesque capitals from Norwich. So she was very much working on Romanesque culture then. And so I thought it would be appropriate perhaps for this session to talk about capitals from, Romanesque capitals from recent excavations at Saint-Denis. The capitals that I'm going to talk about come from excavations in the foundations of the Northwest Tower at Saint-Denis. As most people know, the west front at Saint-Denis was commissioned by Abbot Suger, and it was complete up to the level of the towers at its consecration in 1140, and Suger writes about the consecration, but he doesn't tell us when it was started. The recent excavations took place in early 2023, and they took place under the Northwest Tower because there is a project to rebuild the Northwest Tower, which you see here in a 19th century image. It was taken down in the 19th century because it was threatening to fall down. and they took it down beforehand. And there's now a project which I know many people are very dubious about. Christopher was just saying how dubious it is to rebuild that northwest tower and spire. I suppose the good thing is that it meant that we could have some excavations under it. And initially those excavations were really not expecting to come up with very much and were just done because there are issues about the stability of the tower. But there were some surprising results. Now, these excavations have not been fully published apart from a brief note in the last fascicule of Bulletin Monumental for 2023. But I went to see them in early 2023 and they were very fascinating. Surprises include changes of plan, quite a lot of changes of plan, not least the fact that the foundations here, this very crumbly extra bit of foundation suggests that this cross rib here was very much a second thought. And the idea that all this weight is just sitting on this rather crumbly foundation is rather disturbing. A second surprise was a set of battered Romanesque capitals that had been reused in the foundations. And here are some of them, and here is a couple more. Now, I think the French excavators tend to think that these capitals come from a west front project of about 1125, begun by Abbot Suger, and that this project was then either didn't get very far or was stopped, and then these capitals were reused in the foundations of his new west front, which is traditionally dated to being begun about 1135. The reason why one thinks that there were major works here in the 1120s is this Charter 1125 issued by Suger, in which he got, instead of a death tax, he got a large amount of money from the townspeople of Saint-Denis and says that it's for the renovation and decoration of the entry of the monastery. And people have thought, is this the entry of the monastery, of the abbey, or is it the west front? Or, in fact, was the present west front begun in the late 1120s? John James has actually recently suggested this, that this is a massive piece of building and that probably took rather more than 5 years, the traditional 5 years that are given to it between 1135 and 1140 to build. In which case, that makes quite a lot of sense of Suger's Act of 1125. He's planning to build a really rather substantial west front, and it perhaps he starts in the late 1120s, and then the building continues and is ready for the consecration in 1140. I think that makes a great deal of sense. But in this case, where else might the capitals from? I have to say I'm quite tempted by the idea that they were from a tower built at the Abbey of Saint-Denis by William the Conqueror, which fell down before completion. We only know about this tower from Guibert of Nogent, but there's no reason to doubt him, I think. And I find this rather an attractive idea because it seems to me that these capitals are reminiscent of works from a late 11th century Norman ducal context in their rustic vigor and their strong narrative drive. This very unusual one of the fighting knights is reminiscent of nothing so much as the Bayeux tapestry. And one thought about other, I don't mean these are by Norman Masons, but it just seems to me they are not unlike. The capitals of the 1070s from Bayeux Cathedral, one might sort of think about those. And when I was looking at this, I also thought about the arch at the Abbey of Montivilliers, again, a ducal foundation with a lot of ducal interest, and the subject of an absolutely wonderful, rich and subtle paper by Jill in the British Archaeological Association Rouen Conference Transactions. And I reread that. I hadn't read it for ages, and I was just blown away by its brilliance. So please do reread it. Closest, perhaps, to the Saint-Denis stuff in a way, seem to me the capitals from the portal of the Great Hall of William Rufus at Westminster. Again, it's that narrative drive and this sort of rather rustic approach. I mean, they're not very beautiful. Now, what are we to make of Suger consigning these lively and quite recent works to foundations of the West Front? When Suger laid the foundations for the east end of Saint-Denis, for the new choir, which he started in 1140, he describes the laying of the foundation stones in his booklet, the De Consecratione. We arranged a procession beautiful by its ornaments and notable by its personages, and descended with humble devotion to the excavations made ready for the foundations. The bishops, having prepared the mortar with their own hands, laid the first stones, solemnly chanting, "The foundations thereof are in the holy mountains." The king stepped down and with his own hand laid his stone. Certain persons also deposited gems out of love and reverence for Christ, chanting, "All thy walls are precious stones, and the towers of Jerusalem shall be built of gems." And here is Suger's East End. All the towers should be built of gems. That comes from an antiphon for the dedication of a church. And all liturgical compilations, pontificals, various other compilations, have elaborate services for consecration and the dedication of both churches and altars. They have related blessings, blessings for the things that you would use, for the sand, for the stone, for the consecration and dedication of churches and altars. However, there are absolutely no liturgies that I can find or blessings for the laying of foundations. And it's very interesting that Suger here is almost inventing, almost cobbling together his own consecration, his own liturgy for the laying of foundations from consecration liturgies. Again, the Psalms, the foundations thereof are in the holy mountains. That is from the liturgies for consecrations, no liturgies for laying foundations. I think this is surprising. Foundation stones mattered. Here's a rather nice example, Henry II. The Abbey of La Varenne, Sturtian Abbey, had been founded by Eble of Deol in 1148. It was an important abbey on the borders of Aquitaine. And in 1159, Henry II issues an act in which he announces that Eble of Deol has conceded to me that I should have removed the stone that he placed in the foundation because I myself wish to be the founder, guardian, and defender of that church. Quite often in and one can often find or it's possible that the importance of foundation stones, that they were particularly important to the laity. And one often finds examples in narrative sources of the laity taking part in these ceremonies of foundation, laying the foundation stones. So St. Louis and his family lay the foundation stones of his sister Isabel's new Abbey of Longchamp. And English historians will know the very bizarre account of the laying of the foundation stones of Crowland Abbey by the first continuator of the pseudo-Ingulf, but goodness knows exactly when that's written, probably the early 13th century. So what did Suger think as he shoveled these, or had shoveled, didn't do it himself, these rather battered capitals into the foundations of his West End? Was he just getting rid of recent rubbish as rubble? Or did he feel that he was honouring these outdated stones as the precious stones on which the walls of his church would rise? Thank you.
Thank you, Susan. The surviving Romanesque, sorry, again. The surviving Romanesque monuments of Poland are few indeed, but they are important and intriguing, and they repay close study. One such Romanesque monument is a lone upright monolith, 2.5 meters high, shaped like a Roman meta, with a Latin inscription running in 4 registers around it. The monolith is commonly known as the Conin roadside pillar. It now stands in the churchyard of the late medieval parish church of a small town of Konin in the eastern edge of the historic region of Greater Poland. It was moved here in 1828 from the site of the now dismantled late medieval castle. The inscription on the monument records almost all that we know about it. It declares that in the year 1151, this marker was placed at a midpoint between 2 named towns, and that this was ordered by Peter, Comes Palatinus, who thus helpfully divided the route in half so that the traveler may remember him in his prayers. The 2 named towns are Kalisz and Kruszwica. And the via that connected them was the crucial part of the route that linked Bohemia and East Prussia. You have Konin halfway marked here. The monument was thus designed as a useful road marker and organizer of the traveler's journey. In return, it asks for prayers for the man who erected it, for Peter. This Peter can only be Peter or Piotr Włostowic. In 1151, when the inscription was carved on the monolith, Piotr was a mutilated old man with an adventurous past and doubtless many sins to atone for. He died in 1153. But in his prime, Piotr was arguably the most powerful man in the country, second only to his friend and Lord Princeps Bolesław the Wrymouth. Initially a landholder in Wrocław and the greater region of Lower Silesia, Włostowic expanded his lands as his influence grew, and he can be connected with numerous parish churches and monastic foundations in Greater Poland, Kujawia, Lower Silesia, and possibly as far as the northern edges of Bohemia. Piotr's road sign has attracted its fair share of scholarly scrutiny and attention. An attempt to review and update decades of scholarship was made in a book of collected papers published in 2016. These papers offered detailed examination of both the stone type and the inscription, but no paper offered any examination of the origin of the monolith. The consensus, it seems, is that before it was a Romanesque road marker, the monolith was a pagan cult statue. In Poland, this need not mean a particularly ancient origin, for pagan practices were still in full swing as late as the 11th century. But the earlier pagan incarnation of the monolith appears to be widely accepted. There has been little or no dissension from this view. This theory is tentatively supported by visual comparisons to monuments more securely connected with Slavic pagan cult. The Zbruk idol, depicting the four-faced god Światowit and found in the river Zbruk in Podolia, today's Ukraine, is only one example of such statue. Also relevant is the tradition of assigning obscure monoliths to equally obscure pagan cults. A group of monoliths in the area of Mount Ślęża, 35 kilometers southeast of Wrocław, has long been labeled as ancient cult statues. Key evidence here is provided by Thietmar of Merseburg, writing in the early 11th century. Thietmar refers to a mountain rising high over the northern Silesian plains, where, quote, the detestable rites of the heathen were still practiced. Thietmar's description of Mount Ślęża, Monte Silensis, as a pagan cult center has proved decisive in recommending the idea that the monoliths lying in its shadow were in some way connected to pagan practices. In the last few years, however, a small number of scholars have raised the possibility that the monoliths are unfinished sculptures from 12th century quarries and workshops around Mount Ślęża. Meanwhile, the Conin pillar continues to be treated as an ex-idol. Today, I want to propose an alternative genesis for the Conin pillar. Its story began in the sandstone quarry in Brzeźno, 3 kilometers east of Konin. As a key resource for the intensive building campaigns of the 12th century, the quarry must have been a busy work site. In a land when decent building and carving stone is scarce, the Brzeźno stone was distributed far and wide. It was an upmarket alternative to the granite fieldstone so common in the area and therefore widely used as masonry. Due to its hardness and compact nature, the Brzeźno stone was used for structural elements and sculpture. The fabric of several important Romanesque churches still rests on the massive monolithic columns made of Brzeźno sandstone. The columns cut from the open sandstone beds would have been worked, part finished, and perhaps even finished on site at the quarry, and monoliths in various stages of finish could have been readily available. One of these monoliths was used for a roadside pillar. It is likely, therefore, that when Piotr Włostowicz came to erect his road marker, rather than search out and recut some ancient idol, he simply made use of easily available fresh stone from a nearby quarry. The Conin pillar is not evidence for reuse of pagan spolia. It was perhaps simply good business. My contention is supported by existing connections between the Włostowicz family and the Brzeźno quarry. It may have been Piotr's daughter, Abbess Beatrice, who a few decades after his death rebuilt and decorated her family's new monastic foundation at Strzelno. The monolithic columns there, together with all of the sculpted and structural stone, came from the Brzeźno quarry. Another house favored by Włostowicz and his family was the large and important community of Canons regular at nearby Przemyśl. The surviving monolithic columns of the church likewise came from Brzeźno quarry. Włostowicz was not short, it seems, of monolithic columns. Włostowicz's principal monastic foundations were located in his ancestral lands in Wrocław and the Silesian countryside. The Benedictine and then Premonstratensian monastery at Olbin, dismantled in the 16th century, was one of the largest and most sumptuously decorated in the territory of the Polish peoples. The evidence for this its decoration comes from drawings and surviving sections of fabric, including some of these same monolithic columns. Not all of this surviving fabric is particularly well looked after. These lions probably supported or were intended to support the portals of a monastery founded by Włostowic and his wife at the top of that same wretched pagan mountain, Mount Ślęża. The family owned lands and probably a quarry in the area, and the idea of installing the canons regular on the heights of a pagan mountain must have been an irresistible one. This was clearly not so appealing for the canons regular themselves, who, after a brief sojourn of only a few years, withdrew from the mountain in favor of more cozy and convenient quarters on Piasek Island in the heart of Wrocław, another tract of land belonging to Włostowic and his wife. The relocation of the community must have brought a halt to all building work at Mount Ślęża. And as no other settlement attempt was ever made, the largest of the roughed-out blocks were left where they had been excavated or worked. The mysterious monoliths scattered around the mount are most likely nothing more, or perhaps nothing less, than unfinished Romanesque sculptures. It is possible that Włostowic reused some of those extracted Ślęża monoliths. Until 1950, the stone nicknamed the Monk stood part buried in a roadside field near the mountain. It was extracted from what was possibly the 12th century ground level and relocated in order to be exhibited as, I quote, an ancient cult statue. There is every reason to believe that the monolith was originally intended to serve as a column. Its current shape may reflect efforts to repurpose it, perhaps even at the command of its original patron, Włostowic. The top may have been recut and lightened so as to lower the center of gravity and thus enable the monolith to stand freely and safely in the landscape. The thick body below seems a perfect place to display a message for the passerby and for perpetuity. But if this was a plan for the monk, it was never implemented. But its survival is in this possibly unfinished state is tantalizing. The monk is not so much a monument to detestable pagan rites as a relic of an unfinished building campaign. The conning pillar is different. An inscription was carved into its side, in fact, on a carefully prepared advertising cylinder. The visible dent on the side, you can just see it there, may have been the reason the monolith was rejected as a column material. The dainty capped top, also present on the monk, may be one of the reasons for the association with pagan idols, who tend to have those sort of hats. But what they most resemble are the finials of the church models carved on the tympana commissioned by the Włostowic family. In fact, they very much look like the lofty church towers as represented by their Romanesque carvers. The origin story of the conning pillar may be simple, but it is far from prosaic. The pillar was one of many monoliths carved from the Brzeźno quarry. It may have been rejected due to a fault, but then reused and repurposed on the orders of Piotr Włostowic to carry his name, communicate his fame, and invite the prayers of travelers and pilgrims for as long as the long road was traveled. I trust that this important day will help broadcast Jill Franklin's name to a new generation of Romanesque pilgrims and invite not so much our prayers as our joyful recollection of Jill's work. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Moving from buildings and sculpture to objects. A Kufic inscription encircling the Pamplona or Laire casket offers blessings for the everlasting joy and happiness of Abd al-Malik, son of al-Mansur, and records its creation in 1005. Figural scenes are framed in lobed medallions, set against a background of foliage, birds, and animals. On the front, images of a prince accompanied by musicians and attendants bringing wine suggest the pleasures of courtly life. The sides and rear display scenes of combat and hunting. A warrior fighting lions, his shield inscribed with blessings in Arabic, may symbolize Abd al-Malik's victory over the Christians in the Battle of Leon in 1004, where he earned the honorific title Sword of the State, referred to in the inscription. The casket could have held jewels, cosmetics, or perfume, and served to display the wealth, power, and luxurious lifestyle of its princely Andalusi owner. The casket was reused at the monastery of San Salvador in Leire for a very different purpose: to enshrine the relics of two Cordoban Christian martyrs, Nunilo and Alodia, virgin daughters of a Christian mother and a Muslim stepfather, who were martyred for their Christian faith in 851. The relics are thought to have arrived at the monastery in the 9th century, but there is no record of when they were transferred to the ivory casket, which must have been acquired by the Christians of Navarre sometime during the 11th century as reconquest booty or tribute. How was an object depicting the triumphs and pleasures of the Muslim lifestyle seen as a suitable container for the relics of Christian virgins who preferred to die rather than embrace Islam? The casket was no doubt valued for its precious material and exceptional craftsmanship, but was this enough to justify its conversion to sacred use? One theory is triumphalist, reversing the meaning of the imagery and glorifying the Christian war against the Muslims, as Julie Harris has suggested. She proposed that the relics were transferred to the ivory casket in 1057, when the new crypt was consecrated. The monastery of Leire was closely connected with the Navarrese royal family and the bishopric of Pamplona, and received many donations resulting from Christian victories over Muslims. Abd al-Malik and his father al-Mansur represented the forces of Islam hostile to Christian faith, and had in recent memory attacked Santiago de Compostela, Pamplona, and Leon. In the new function of the casket, the Muslim warriors could be read as defeated by its new Christian use, or, if read as Christian warriors, could be seen as victorious. The scenes of feasting and music making, reflecting Islamic court life and suggesting paradise as envisioned in the Quran, may have been read negatively as expressions of the sensual and fleshly Muslim lifestyle, which the Christian sisters abjured in favor of fasting and praying. Alternatively, as Cynthia Robinson has proposed, the casket may initially have been reused in a secular context, at the court of the rulers of Navarre, where it would have been appreciated indeed, as much for its depiction of courtly pleasures as for its aesthetic qualities. Its donation to the monastery of Leire for reuse as a reliquary may have occurred at a later date. The casket shows no sign of having been adapted in any way to Christianize it for its new function. This contrasts with other Andalusi ivory containers reused in a Christian context, which often have added enamel decoration, sometimes with specifically Christian imagery, as seen on the Silos casket. Decorative enamel bands were added to in the 12th century to another Andalusi ivory casket, now in Madrid, which was adapted for reuse as a reliquary in the Cathedral of Palencia. As with the Pamplona casket, its original ownership is recorded in an elaborate Kufic inscription, offering blessings and happiness to Husam al-Dawla, the son and designated successor of El Mamun, ruler of Toledo, and recording that it was made in the royal workshops at Cuenca in 1049 to 50. It is slightly smaller than the Pamplona casket and decorated with foliage and generalized courtly imagery, including heraldic birds and animals and combat between men, lions, and gazelles. Its reuse in the cathedral at Palencia presumably occurred at the time of the addition of the enamel bands, which have been dated around 1130. Displayed on an altar in the Romanesque cathedral, its imagery, like that of other Andalusi ivories in Christian contexts, may have inspired themes which became popular in the Romanesque sculpture of the region. The theme of combat with lions is a common feature of the Andalusi caskets and was especially popular in the Romanesque sculpture of northern Palencia, where it is generally interpreted as representing the biblical theme of Samson or David, and in more general terms, the victory of good over evil. An unusual iconography, with the central lion fighter accompanied by assistants, is found in a group of 12th century churches located within a radius of roughly 20 miles of Aguilar de Campo. The principal figure wrenching open the jaws of the lion, typically long-haired, suggesting Samson, is accompanied by a fighter with a spear or club at the front and another at the rear holding or cutting the tail. The Palencia casket and some of the capitals also include a human head in the lion's mouth. I have also wondered whether a misreading of the hunters spearing lions from the rear on the casket may even have inspired the pose of the tail holders on the capitals. This unusual lion fighter iconography appears on 15 surviving capitals, most frequently located on the triumphal arch, framing the sanctuary and main altar. Elizabeth Lastra recently proposed that this imagery also depicted a more specific political message: the defeat of the Kingdom of Leon, whose symbol is the lion. The churches with expanded lion fighter motifs are in a conflicted border zone between the kingdoms of Leon and Castile and belonged to the Diocese of Palencia, which was affiliated with Castile. The King of Leon had sought the help of Muslim allies against Castile, for which he was denounced in a papal bull of 1196. Imagery derived from Andalusi ivories could thus carry multiple meanings, depending on the viewer: the triumph of good over evil, of the church over the infidel, or of Castile over Leon. Courtly and biblical imagery was merged with political symbolism, and the images of power depicted on Andalusi caskets found new meaning in the sanctuary of Christian churches.
So by contrast, I'm going to talk about metalwork, silver or silver-gilt caskets, and I'm going to concentrate on this object, which actually, as I look at this photograph, looks even more restored than I thought it was. So this casket of St. Eulalia, now in the chapel dedicated to that saint in Oviedo Cathedral, is an example of reuse in perhaps more than one sense. And you can see here the Baroque chapel and a slightly older photograph of this casket. You can see it's actually quite high up here, just in case that's not obvious. So most obviously it was manufactured and used originally in a non-Christian Islamicate context, but repurposed as a reliquary in Asturias. So similar to what Tessa was talking about. It was described by Ambrosio de Morales in his inventory of the relics at Oviedo in 1572, quite accurately as high, wide, solid silver, worked in a Moorish fashion, which of course we wouldn't say now, and with niello, It has quite generic blessings in its inscription. So unlike the Pamplona casket or indeed that of Palencia, it doesn't say who it was made for, and it doesn't say when it was made. It has, you might think, related medallions with courtly scenes, although these are quite general again. A few years ago, when I was in Oviedo with a group of local scholars, we were actually allowed to clamber up on that Baroque baldachin, I never said that, to have a close look at this silver gilt casket, but sadly not inside it. Although given that it was damaged in the 1934 explosion in the treasury at Oviedo, any early contents may be lost. Its geographic origin and data uncertain. Mariam Rossa Owen, who knows so much more about this than I do, has allowed that it could just be Fatimid and 11th century, although her comparison for its interlocking Y background, this thing here, which always looks to me like wavy lines, and I think is like one of those photograph tests. But anyway, they call it interlocking Ys, and you see it here on this pen box. Which comes from Central Asia, so sort of Syria, Turkey, Iraq, and the middle of the 13th century. And Flora Ward, who also studied this treasury, has a similar comparison in terms of geography and date. And Stefan Heidemann, who I also talked about this, supports that view. So the second part of this is textual. Although the problem with this text is that it comes from Pelayo, Bishop of Oviedo, during the first 3 decades of the 12th century, perhaps a sort of natural associate of Suger, I'm not sure he ever was, but in the words of Peter Linehan, the great fabulist, Pelayo recounted a rescue of St. Eulalia's relics from Merida in southwest Spain and the commission of a silver capsella, which you see here, by King Silo in the 8th century. And so at the top, I give you this Pelayo's account of the first translatio. So King Silo takes the relics from the tomb and puts them in a silver capsella or a small silver box. I think that's what we mean by capsella usually, which he had ordered to be made. Not sure about that statement. And then he takes them to Pravia in Asturias. Now, clearly, the current casket that I've shown you is not 8th century. I think anyone thinks that. So not to be identified with this putative capsella of King Silo. But as you see below, Morales also described, unfortunately briefly, a smaller silver box inside the Alamorisca casket and said that this held some bones and hair of St. Eulalia. So what are we to make of this? Was this the 8th century capsella? Is it all true? Was this not Pelayo doing his usual creative fictional effort? Or was this just a silver box that they found in the treasury? Now there's a second part to Pelayo's narrative, where, not surprisingly for him, he talks about his own rediscovery or inventio of the relics of St. Eulalia in the treasury of Oviedo Cathedral, centered on the capsella. He says, he asked the custodians of the treasury, both the new and the very oldest, what thing was lying inside the aforementioned little casket. And these men told him that they did not know what was hidden inside it. This is a rather sort of typical trope of hagiography. And this same bishop took up the little casket and opened it and found inside a written text, so very conveniently an authenticating label, together with the body of the Blessed Virgin Eulalia. So maybe this is, exactly what happened. I think this is also particularly significant because to me, it suggests that this small silver box, whatever we make of it, that Pelayo found in the treasury, may have prompted the revival of the cult of St. Eulalia in that cathedral. And indeed, Pelayo's translatio narratives. So maybe this is an object that has agency, and it is not just something found later to support the text. And Pelayo goes on to say, that he placed that little casket inside a larger silver casket, there seem to be too many of these, which had been donated to that place by the Lord King Alfonso, son of King Fernando and Queen Sancha, i.e. Alfonso VI. But despite Morales' description, it's unlikely that this larger silver casket was the current casket either, I think. Instead, Colaio may have been trying to tie St. Eulalia's cult to the Arca Santa, the much more famous reliquary that you see in the center here, and much, much contested over date and all sorts of things. But it was the most important object in his hagiography. So thus, I think the current reliquary is not only a repurposed object, but possibly also a late medieval even, or early modern substitution for the larger silver casket. And yet another way of perpetuating this cult's association with silver caskets. Thank you.
I first met Jill at the University of East Anglia in early 1978, I think. But it was at the British School at Rome in 1981 that I got to know her better. And as all roads lead back to Rome, I thought it would mark our long friendship most appropriately if I was to speak out about late antique ivory carvings, some undoubtedly carved in Rome, and how they've come down to us. This also feeds nicely into Jill's interest in reuse and spolia, the theme of our conference today in her honour. It also allows me to add a coda to both the papers of Lindy Grant on Abbot Suger at Saint Denis and Tessa Garton just now on the reuse and assimilation of Islamic ivories into the imagery of Romanesque sculpture in northern Spain. Lindy and many of you, of course, will know well the passage in the De Administratione of Suger that refers to the rediscovery and utilization of antique ivory panels at Saint Denis, which I will quote here in translation. We caused the ancient pulpit admirable for the most delicate and nowadays irreplaceable sculpture on its ivory tablets, which surpassed human evaluation also by the depiction of antique subjects, to be repaired after we had reassembled those tablets which were mouldering all too long in and even under the repository of the nearby chests. On the right side, we restored to the places the animals of copper, lest such admirable material perish, and had the whole set up so that the reading of Holy Gospels might be performed in a more elevated space. From this description, we can't be certain of the exact form of the ivory tablets, but it seems highly likely, or even without doubt, that we have here to do with late antique carvings. And one is immediately put in mind of the early 11th century ambo of Henry II in Aachen Cathedral, which has reused 6th century ivory panels in just this way. And you can see them, right, this is not terribly crisp, that image, but anyway, here are the ivories, 6th century ivories running up the side and on the other side as well. And the assumption is that Suger did a pretty similar thing with the Saint Denis panels. Sadly, the ivories of the Saint Denis pulpit do not appear to still exist. But Suger's snapshot of the reuse of such pieces in 12th century Paris, and indeed the Aachen pulpit itself, shows how many earlier ivory carvings owed their survival to their incorporation in later ensembles. But this was not their only path to a new life. Some late antique ivories were repurposed in different ways, without significant physical transformation, while others, much modified, have been hiding in plain sight for those who care to look carefully. We know, for instance, that this leaf of the consular diptych of Flavius Anastasius, made in Constantinople in 517 and now in the V&A, and its companion leaf, formerly in Berlin, but alas destroyed at the end of the Second World War, was in the Meuse Valley, probably in Liège, around 3 centuries after its creation, and had been converted to liturgical use. This is the back. On the back of substantial remains of inscriptions in ink, unfortunately, but understandably now badly faded. There are early photographs of this in black and white showing the inscription a little bit more clearly, and also at the V&A some images taken with infrared and ultraviolet light, which also showed the inscriptions, but you'll have to take my word for it with what comes next. The upper third of the plaque was given over to an introductory invocation of 7 lines, which ran across the width of the leaf, below which are 3 columns of names, all written in a 7th or 8th century script. These appear to be a commemoratio pro defunctis, a list of the dead. Halfway up the left-hand column could be made out the letters Igisi, and it's about there, the Igisi. It is there, honestly. Which have been interpreted as referring to Ebrigesius, Bishop of Tongeren, 618 to 30. And it's also been proposed that the name of Amandi, Bishop of Tongres, 637 to 50, is also among the list. The Berlin leaf, destroyed in the Second World War, as I said, had 2 columns of saints, apostles, and martyrs. The diptych was certainly in the cathedral treasury of Liège by 1025, when it was listed in an inventory, and remained there until the French Revolution. It's of interest that another complete diptych of Anastasius, now in the Bibliothèque Nationale in Paris, was previously kept in the treasury of Saint-Étienne at Bourges, and this also has medieval lists of the dead, this time the bishops of Bourges, written on the back of the leaves. And these aren't exceptions. There are other examples as well that can be found in Volbach's Elfenbeinarbeit, Spätantik, for those of you who are interested in following that up. These consular diptychs must have arrived in Northern Europe by way of a network of gift-giving and exchange, and were valued, just as Suger appreciated the antique ivory tablets of Saint-Denis, for their fine workmanship and their links with ancient Rome. They were not only thought worthy of preserving, but must also have been considered as precious relics that added luster to the treasuries in which they were kept. The late antique diptychs could also have a more prosaic, pragmatic appeal, as readily available sources of a precious raw material that was difficult of access in Northern Europe by the 9th century. The covers of the Lorsch Gospels, now in the V&A and the Vatican Museums, this is the front cover in the V&A, and probably the greatest Carolingian ivories of all, were not only inspired by early ivories, such as the 6th century 5-part diptychs, and the style of such carvings as the plaques of the throne of Maximianus in Ravenna, but also drew their actual material from earlier carvings. On the reverse of the lowest panel of the back cover in the Vatican are the remains, this is this panel here, are the remains of an inscription identifying it as a leaf from yet another consular diptych of Flavius Anastasius. In this case, the leaf of the consular diptych was shaved down at the front, and the plain back was carved with a Carolingian narrative showing the 3 magi before Herod and their adoration before the Virgin and Child. There are other indications too of the reuse of other 6th century panels on the London and Vatican covers, and many other Carolingian ivories are likewise carved from reused 5th or 6th century panels. And indeed, when I was working on the V&A Ivories catalogue in 2008, 9, 10, it became apparent really that the vast majority of Carolingian ivories, not pretty much all of them, were recarved from late antique ivories rather than using virgin ivory. Frequently, this is evident by a careful inspection of the backs of the plaques, several of which still retain the raised borders of their late antique predecessors on the reverse, showing that in those cases, the front carved face of the earlier ivories was shaved down and recarved. So this is a mid-9th century, rather wonderful Carolingian ivory with scenes from Life of Christ, the infancy of Christ. And this is the back of it, where you can see the raised border that late antique ivories had, consular diptychs and others. And most tellingly of all, these are the hinge holes from a absolutely identical hinge holes, these with those on the Simacai panel and other late antique ivories. Self-evidently a reused piece. On more than one occasion, a close inspection of these ivories has led to the resolution of long-standing disputes about the date of certain ivories, such as the so-called Verden casket. Here, one of which is illustrated here, which have been called both early Christian and Carolingian in the past. The clear evidence that they have been recarved from late antique panels has now allowed a confident description to the later period, the narrative carvings on the front. Here again, these were never properly explained before. Here again are the remains of late antique hinges. In these instances, although the ivory panels have survived, it can hardly be claimed that the late antique ivories navigated the journey into a later era unscathed, unlike the Anastasius diptych. A few examples occupy an intermediate state between the two poles. One such is the consular diptych of the 6th century of a unique type that was sawn in half, partially planed down, and the backs utilized to carve 4 9th century reliefs with scenes from the Passion of Christ. So this is the back of one of those 9th century reliefs. You can see the top half of a consular diptych with the consul raising his hand with a Mappa circensis in his right hand, shaved down. And as I said, there's the bottom half of from the same diptych, but not from the same leaf, is in the British Museum. Both the BM and the V&A panels have these 9th century carvings on the other sides now. Given that the later reliefs were probably being set into the covers of a gospel with the backs sunk into recessed beds, why was it necessary to shave the earlier faces? Was this required just to reduce their depth and to facilitate better traction? Or was it to neutralize the apparently pagan classical subjects, as some might suggest? I'm not sure I buy that. And if so, why were the Anastasius leaves considered acceptable in an ecclesiastical setting? And indeed, other reliefs, such as one showing Bacchus and the Muses from a Gospels in Bourges, now in the Bibliothèque Nationale, are completely used quite openly with their front faces showing. And conversely, there are some Christian carvings that have also been planed down and reused. So that would suggest, I think, in most cases, that we're looking at a fairly pragmatic reuse. Nevertheless, back in 1989, Michael Camille, in The Gothic Idol, suggested that there were 2 ways in which medieval artists diluted their classical sources, especially when confronted with pagan idols. I quote, "The first was through aesthetic appreciation, sujet here, and the second was by means of allegorical reclassification, both of which took away the form's specific power." And this is especially relevant in the case of my final example. The celebrated Nicomachae Simicae diptych, carved in Rome around 400, is now divided between the Musée de Cluny in Paris and the V&A. This is the Cluny leaf, the Nicomachorum, and of course the V&A Simicorum diptych leaf. As the inscriptions make clear, it was made to mark an association between these 2 patrician Roman families, but it appears to have been brought to the Benedictine Abbey of Montier-en-Der in Haute-Marne by its founder Bercarius before 675, from Jerusalem or Rome. Because they were intimately linked with the founder of the abbey, the ivory plaques must have taken on the status of quasi-relics, and in the second half of the 12th century, they were inserted as doors in the Grand Reliquary Châsse at Montier. And here you can see them. This is a photo montage with the 2 plaques set as the doors of this reliquary shrine. You can see the inscription referring to the fact that Bercarius brought them back from the Holy Land there. This reliquary, embellished with enamels, crystals, gems, and gilt copper angels, was clearly a work of Mosen or Lower Rhenish craftsmen, and the ivories acted to close off sight of the relics within. Fortunately, the relevant side of it was illustrated in an engraving of 1717 here on the screen by the antiquarians Martin and Durand, because in 1790, following the revolution, the shrine was damaged by fire and subsequently largely destroyed. The Nicomachi leaf was said to have been thrown down a well at Montier, which explains its poor condition, but was recovered in 1860 and acquired by Edmond du Sommerard for the Musée de Cluny in Paris before 1862. The Simmachi panel, still in almost pristine condition, had been hidden in private hands in Montier and emerged shortly after the recovery of the Nicomachi leaf. It was acquired by the London dealer John Webb in 1862 and entered the South Kensington Museum in 1865. It's ironic, perhaps, that the oldest parts of the reliquary are, with the exception of a single small enamel plaque, now in Krakow. This is just at the bottom here. The only survivors from the chasse. Everything else is gone. But a striking echo of their time on the reliquary is evident, illustrating in a similar way the Carolingian ivories, the profound influence of the late antique and early Christian ivories had on later works of art. It's been proposed quite plausibly by Peter Cornelius Clausen, most recently by Laurence Terrier Aliferis, that the great goldsmith Nicholas of Verdun must either have closely inspected the Montier-en-Der shrine and its ivories, or more likely actually been part of the workshop that produced it before moving on to make his great masterpiece, the Klosterneuburg pulpit, completed in 1181. The direct stylistic quotes that Nicholas borrowed from the priestesses of the Nicomachi-Simmachi diptych, and indeed the intensely classifying Trofford or Mulden-Faltenstiel, strongly indicates the sort of close engagement with particular models that's hard to deny, particularly in the figures of the Virgin in the Crucifixion panel at Klosterneuburg and the Queen of Sheba in the Solomon panel. You can see clearly here the very distinctive fall of the draperies compared with here, and these blank areas, which you can see similar here, and of course the interest in the way that the cloth falls over the breast of the Virgin here, which is very similar to both on the Nicomachi and the Simmachi panel. One could just imagine Nicholas making drawings of these ivories in the way that Villardonicourt did in the early 13th century of Roman sculpture and so on, which were then, of course, used as models. It would have been believed by Nicholas, because the inscription on the shrine reported it, that the ivory plaques had been brought from the Holy Land by Becarius. As such, their historical and symbolic importance would have resonated more loudly than with random survivals, proclaiming their estimable antiquity and encouraging the use of a similar style for biblical narratives in a distant past. Like several of the other late antique ivory carvings, the panels of the Nicomachi-Simmachi diptych thus had a twofold survival. The objects themselves still exist, and their medieval reflections, one might call them later echoes, are demonstrably there to be seen. Jill always loved the Simmachi panel in the V&A, and it's no surprise that she was no less enamored of the enamels and gilt copper sculptures of Nicholas of Verdun. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was stupendous. We do have, well, it says we have 2 minutes if we're running to time, but I think we can manage about 10 minutes if there are some questions. Could my speakers please come? Can somebody take this microphone, please? So have we got some questions, please?
Well, in the absence of an immediate question, I actually have a question for Lindy. in terms of how the capitals were discovered, were they exactly where were they? Were they laid flat? Were they laid in sand? Was there a how carefully positioned were they?
Yes, I think we'll have to wait till the final report on this. And I didn't have time to talk about it in the paper, but the provisional report suggests that some of them were found making a sort of line, almost as if their tops would be used as the top of a course within the foundations, and the report is by Jacques Moulin, who's the architect, rather than by Michael Wies. But Jacques sort of says, you know, does this mean that these capitals are seen as in some way intended precious rather than just rubble? So he too makes that analogy. But it's unclear from the photograph in Bulletin Monumental exactly how they were found. And I think we will just have to wait until, and I mean, they were carrying on finding more and more of these things tucked away into the foundations. And there is, they did find a capital in the foundations, a much plainer one, but presumably from the same sequence in some of the 19th century digs under the west front. And there are drawings of that, but it doesn't look on that as though it's sort of positioned very carefully. There it looks much more as if it's a piece of rubble just you know, shoveled into the foundations. So that is yes.
Be with you in a moment.
Thank you. A question for Agata. Is the inscription on the wayfaring stone, or the wayfaring inscription on the stone, unique, or do you have other examples in Poland or elsewhere? But it was quite fascinating.
Yes. Yeah. So whether this type of inscription is unique, or, well, you know, I purposefully didn't really show you the inscription because that's, you know, could be a topic of a conference. It's very complex, and the translation has been, you know, a little bit, it recently has been updated, and they had another go at translating it, retranslating it into Polish. I'm still not too, you know, happy with the translation in English given, so that's why I thought, okay, I'll just hold off and will not show you the translation, because I think I ought to consult some, you know, people who are actually qualified to do this. But it's really fascinating. It's very difficult because it's the order of the words. It's a Leonine verse, so it's poem, basically, a elegiac poem to the man. So that's why it's just so quite tricky to translate. And there are a few words that, you know, we could argue about the meaning of. Certainly, I think that's one of the most original and complex inscriptions we have in Poland. And, you know, other things surviving from that period tend to be inscriptions around the tympana. For example, I showed you some details of some of those tympana, but they tend to be quite, you know, quite simple. They usually, you know, donors tympana. So there are names and prayers of people. So they're usually named people. So they're much easier. This one is a really fascinating and complex gem, and yeah, it certainly deserves more attention. But I just thought I can't even go into that today.
Thank you. I've got another question for Lindy, which I found all the stuff about foundations fascinating. And I was wondering if the narrative, if the narrative differed from the reality, you know, because in England, you dig a trench and you shovel mortar and rubble into it. You don't lay stones. I thought the tower did look like laid stones, but that would be unusual here. And I assume that when you've got those accounts in England that say so-and-so laid the foundation stone, that it was actually the first stone on top of the poured foundations.
Yes, I mean, I sort of slithered away from the stones that emerged, the capitals emerging from Saint Denis were, in a sense, used as packing rubble in the foundations. Though, as you saw on that image, they're quite neat foundations, except for the extra little bit which is shoved in to take the cross rib. Yes, the accounts of laying foundation stones, as with Suger's account, which I gave you, where he talks about them, the bishop goes down first and lays it, and then the king lays his stone, etc. And I now keep tripping over these all the time. And I was found just a few days ago the one of St. Louis, his wife and his sister laying the foundation stones. I think it's about 4 or 5 of them who lay, you know, one stone and then the next stone and then the next stone. And these are sort of almost official foundation stones. I have no idea whether anyone has ever extracted from an excavation something that looks like, you know, my stone, Henry II, sort of stuck on it. And as I say, that act of Henry II is very extraordinary, that, you know, get out your foundation stone because, you know, I want to be seen as the founder of the Abbey. And I wondered if you were going to ask about the Crowland text, which is completely wacky. And you know, the dating of the text is very difficult. But it has this extraordinary account. It's about 18 stones, and it's a whole set of purported great laity, and the foundation, it's 1114, I think, something like that. And it's a whole set of people, and then somebody lays their stone, and then the next person lays their stone, and it's women as well as men, which is true of the Longchamp St. Louis thing.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't read that particular bit of the Crowland account. I obviously ought to, but the whole massive long thing that Pseudo-Ingolf writes about the header stone is, you know, largely spurious. The whole long thing that Pseudo-Ingolf writes about the header stone and about Peterborough,
I don't know
it is completely wrong. You know, it's just sort of made up history.
I was going to say, who are you to contradict the pseudo-Ingolf, Jackie Hall? But there you are. I have a really unfair question for Paul Williamson. The sexy Bacchus, although since he's from Alexandria, I believe.
Sorry, could you start that again?
The sexy Bacchus on the Aachen pulpit has always struck me as one of the most indigestible of late antique ivories. Do you have anything? Do you have any way of, as it were, reconciling that with what you were saying about object conversion of other things?
Well, have a look at the last slide on the screen here. I mean, if you're thinking of sexy virgins next to the crucifixion here, I mean, you could say that there's been a direct translation from that sort of late antique sensuous qualities, perhaps of the Nicomachean panel especially. It didn't seem to bother Suger. I mean, we don't know what they look like, but he refers quite clearly to those late antique ivories as being, you know, beautiful in their sort of antique manner. Indeed. Yeah.
Agate.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I don't think there's any shortage of other objects which cross over in that way. Yes, no, thank you for that question. I'll think further about it.
Right. Just say I was going to ask Richard about this, but that completely inappropriate, wonderful agate or whatever it was, used as the face of Christ. Just extraordinary, and I've never seen that before, and I wondered if you could tell us more about it.
It's lapis, and I believe some Cologne locals would like it to be, oh my goodness, is her name Lavilla? I.e. the sister of Claudius. On the other hand, these are the poshest of the posh, Herman and Ida. And so as with many of these things, they seem to have survived in families. And for me, at least, and this is just me kind of chucking in my tuppence worth, it is in some ways a memorial of Ida herself and the instantiation of the cross. But that you can completely ignore. Since you've decided to ask me a question, if it weren't for Suger and his fancy rhetoric, might one not see those capitals as being a bit of a get down, you wretched William the Conqueror, and your shoddily built tower?
That was the question I asked.
Oh, just a quick one for Agata. I couldn't help noticing in one of Paul's ivories, nice stylized church towers that looked a bit like your stone. What do you think?
Yes, I spotted that as well. Yeah, so that's maybe, I don't know, maybe Paul could tell us a bit more, but I do see them quite a lot in, not only in ivory carving, but I think it's pretty,
Is that it?
I think it was the one over this one, for example. Is that what you meant? Yeah, that's one of those, or that's the one here. Yeah, exactly. It is quite a common way of representing that sort of stylized architecture in sculpture, I notice. I see that also in a slightly later in Romanesque and in stone. So it's certainly, you know, not unique to the Polish examples I showed you. But I do like that idea of, you know, a comparison, you know, of that monolith to a church tower, which in a way is a road marker as well, or is a marker in landscape, you know, the monolith that I showed you is. But certainly, yes, those little copulae are quite common representation.
I just had a comment to make. There was all this talk about how appropriate these pagan images were in a Christian context. The obvious place, at least to my mind, to look for this stuff is seals. And of course, Sandy's written about this recently, as well as in the past. And there's all sorts of things. There are seals with Arabic inscriptions. There are seals with pagan imagery on them. They didn't have any problem with repurposing this stuff, or indeed with just appreciating it, because it looked, you know, it looked buxom and attractive and was clearly high quality. I'm suspicious of the idea that it had to be somehow neutralized in some sort of very severe sort of way. I don't think they had any real difficulty with it.
No, I completely agree with you, Julian. That if you only have to flick through Martin Hennick's, you know, great corpus of all those classical gems that have been found and repurposed with Christian inscriptions, or inscriptions of secular owners, nevertheless in the 12th, 13th, 14th, early 15th century, to see that. I think you're absolutely right.
Are there any more questions? I mean, more questions, less wine.
Wow, what a day. I'm going to be killed if I don't mention that the Corpus of Romanesque Sculpture has produced a leaflet which informs you that you can join our newsletter list. Sorry, I can't read this. And you can also, there is a QR code on the back where you can also look at the catalogue if you're interested. I think all it leaves me to say is thank you to my speakers who were wonderful, and all the speakers who have put so much effort into their papers and producing just such a wonderful day, which really is a wonderful memory of Jill. So thank you very much for attending. Just to say, there should be a glass of wine for everyone in the council room. So I think it's goodbye from us all and see you again at some other PA event.